Best of luck. And they're racing. The first Labor Day came off beautifully for all, and Rose Hill Road pops. So does Sundance Star, that prohibitive favorite, right to the lead. Outside of that is Timber Lady, and behind them is She Appeals Holy. Then we come to the debuting Summer Swinger, striding out 8 lengths from the lead, and Holy Soul is the gray in last, and they're separated by 10 lengths, and they have 4 furlongs to travel, and this heavy favorite at 1 to 5, Sundance Star, has company in the shape of Rose Hill Road to the inside. The favorite is in a speed battle, but now trying to run away from that one and doing a good job of it. Sundance Star just put a half on Rose Hill Road. Then it's Timber Lady. Timber Lady is 0 for 18, tracking beautifully if good enough. Then we come back to Summer Swinger, 9 lengths from the lead. She Appeals Holy is clear from Holy Soul, both in need of divine intervention to catch Sundance Star, and Sundance Star has given the other 5 plenty of shade. Chad Lindsay just took a peek over his right shoulder, and he sees absolutely no competition. So the People's Choice wins race 1 on Labor Day. It is Sundance Star from She Appeals Holy, Rose Hill Road third. They're racing. All the maidens off okay except one. Izzy in a tizzy came out of the gate with a tizzy and is about 10 lengths from the lead. Now breaking well was Mo Moore to the inside in Eckleberry. Mo Moore 2.5 to 1 with Keen Speed to the inside of Epic Adventure, and Twirling Roses tracks 3 out of it. After that it is Bresca beginning to advance to the inside of Our Deja Vu, and Izzy in a tizzy is still a mile out of it. And up top, the battle continues between Epic Adventure edging away from Mo Moore, Twirling Roses swirling to the outside from third to second, or right up to join the lead with Negron, and Twirling Roses and Epic Adventure run away from Mo Moore. After that, it is Bresca, still a mile clear from Izzy and a tizzy, and Our Deja Vu has nothing at this stage. Twirling Roses, full bloom. Twirling Roses, even money, just put an effortless 4 on Epic Adventure, and barring a dramatic mishap, this one is in the books. It is Twirling Roses proving very thorny for the other maidens, and Twirling Roses dominates Epic Adventure. Izzy in a tizzy up for third. And they're racing in the Rocky and Maya Classic. Creative Mind flashes speed at 5 to 1 to the inside. Flim Flam Man at 3 to 1 attaches to that one, and they negotiate the first turn on the good going with Creative Mind taking the lead. After that, Dark Solution emerges from the darkness and rallies up to take third, just to the outside of Future Perfect, about 2.5 lengths clear from Smart Alex, and Smarty Alex is second last. Coastal Waters, last of the 6, 8 lengths from the lead as they race in 3 packs of 2. And up top, Creative Mind slugs it out with Flim Flam Man, and Flim Flam Man has taken the lead by a head, zinging into the far turn. After that, it is Dark Solution. Then we come to Future Perfect. After that, Smarty Alex sequestered to the inside of Coastal Waters, still in 3 packs of 2 as they begin to cut as they get to the top of the stretch. And Creative Mind at 5 to 1 puts puts those line blinkers in front. Flim Flam Man right there. Future Perfect on the prowl at 3.5 to 1. And Smarty Alex is revving up from behind. Likewise for Coastal Waters. And in between them is Dark Solution. It's wide open. Up goes Future Perfect. Coastal Waters flowing quickly on the outside. Future Perfect from Coastal Waters. The lead has been diminished to a half, but Future Perfect gets the money in race 3. 3-6-2 in Canterbury's third. And they're racing. Getcha popped out of the gate fast. So did Me and Rose to the inside. Heavenly Gazebo on the class drop, flashing speed. And Getcha is 3 wide of those 3. Right behind them is Pirate Bird, about 4 lengths from the speed. And to the inside of Emmett Cat. After that, Shaquila's Destiny and Quiet Patriot can see them all. And as they round the corner for the first time and head up the Canterbury Park barn side, Me and Rose lead it by a head, challenged by Heavenly Gazebo, and Quincy Hamilton gets Getcha in the clear. 3 wide around the turn, but outside of the other 2, and battling for the lead, 2.5 to the good of Pirate Bird to the inside of Emmett Cat. 3 lengths behind that, Shaquila's Butte Destiny, and the one in last still is Quiet Patriot, still about 9 lengths from the lead, and with 1, 2, and 4, not much gives. Behind them, Pirate Bird, waiting for the light of day, potentially to the inside of Emmett Cat, who's 0 for 17. Then it's Shaquila's Destiny and Quiet Patriot, yet to make any noise, and Getcha has taken off. The favorite Getcha, 3 to 5, tries to put away Me and Rose after putting away Heavenly Gazebo. Pirate Bird is soaring the wrong way. Emmett Cat about 8 lengths from the front, and they have to catch Getcha with 2:50 to go. Emmett Cat emerges into second. After that is Shaquila's Destiny. It is Getcha leading it from Emmett Cat, who's 20 to 1. Getcha leads it by 3 from Emmett Cat, who's purring, but purring too late. And Getcha is gone. They're racing. Strawberry Lane began okay on the inside with Taking Charge Desi next to that one. Taking Charge Desi at 16 to 1 takes charge with Lock It Down right up on the lead. Then we come to Lipstick Lady. That's the 7, about 2 lengths from the front, and a good 4, maybe 5 lengths clear from Morgs World, as 5, Lock It Down, blew the turn, is a handful for Quincy Hamilton, and now is settling down and wants to take the lead. Morgs World, check that, Lock It Down, very, very headstrong. After that, Strawberry Lane about 2 lengths from the lead, overtaken by Roland Blackout. Then we come back to Impulses. Impulses is in and amongst horses, about 3 lengths from the lead, and the one in last is Lady Claire, but only 5 lengths covers them. And up top on the lead, the Hot Jock with Lock It Down, now split by Roland Blackout, who takes the lead as Lock It Down retreats and does so very wide. Lipstick Lady is now second, and Roland Blackout looking to get in the black at 9 to 1. Roland Blackout with a keen turn of speed with Miss Har. Holy cow, just opened up 6. Wow. Morgs World goes into second. Then it's Take Charge Desi way back to Lady Claire, and they're into the final 250. And Roland Blackout made that big move. Now needs to dig deep and find more, because here comes Morgs World, and race 5 indeed is Morgs World. Morgs World waited out Roland Blackout, got all the money. 6-8-1, race 5. And they're racing. Rough beginning for Masterful Stride. Swift beginning for Saved by Zero, looking to run away on the lead. After that, Rolls-Royce Deal. Herbie flashing speed to the inside of Dan's a Rebel. Show Business showing off 3 lengths from the front and to the inside of St. Beretta. Masterful Stride strides along 10 lengths behind a lonely leader named Saved by Zero. And at 7-1, Saved by Zero wins the run into the first turn, and Saved by Zero owns it by a length and a piece. Herbie and Dan's a Rebel both shaking up. Rolls-Royce Deal waiting for the light of day, full of horse. 5-6 lengths after that, Show Business overtaken by St. Beretta, and Masterful Stride is running on, and they're chasing the gray. It is Saved by Zero. Rolls-Royce Deal takes that seam on the inside and brilliantly joins into the final furlong as Saved by Zero does the moonwalk. Rolls-Royce Deal cruises by, opening up by 2 on Saved by Zero. Rolls-Royce Deal, wonderful ride, and prevails at 3-2. They're racing. Yo Dog came out okay from the center at 3-5. Likewise for Red Wave, and Red Wave at 6-1 strides up near the lead, and they are overtaken by Angels Magic and Alonzo Quinones at 20-1 as the early pace is incredibly slow. Screwball is next, about 3 lengths from the lead. Angels Magic races well off the inside, now gets down to path 3 and is about 5 lengths clear from Dark Leopard. That one is joined by Honey Superman to the inside. Outside of that, King of the Kids. Then the one in last is Thirsty Kiss. Make that second last, way back in last, to Ghost. Up the barn side they go, and they're still chasing Angels Magic. And Angels Magic continues to stroll along with those red blinkers in front at a very fat price to the outside of Red Wave. Then we come to Yo Dog, and Yo Dog is waiting for the light of day to the inside of Screwball. Yo Dog and Screwball, 5 lengths clear from King of the Kids, trying to run on. Thirsty Kiss beginning to run on the stretch out with the blinkers on, 8 lengths out of it, and they have a quarter of a mile to go. And it's Red Wave, Angels Magic, Yo Dog still with nowhere to go, pinned in nicely by Screwball. Then it's Thirsty Kiss, and now to the final 175. Red Wave, Angels Magic, Yo Dog just having all kinds of trouble trying to get through, and Screwball is here to beat them all. Screwball beat them all. Screwball wins. Park, and they're racing in the Jerry Seasteen versus Ralph Sampson Classic, and Cecilla out fast with Majestic Ice flashing speed to the inside, and at 17-1, Majestic Ice puts the head in front. Right behind them is Me Say So, covering up Nikki Scissors. Then it's Trendy Nev, 5th and 6 lengths from the front to the outside of Little Miss Bell, traveling around the turn coyly, saving all the ground. 2.5 lengths behind that is Bruce's Girl. Then we come to Jewel Azul, and she's extremely hot. chilly at this moment, 13 lengths from the lead. Up the barn side they go. Negron trying to bookend the day. Luis Negron, check that. Luis Negron not bookending the day, but pull a big upset in the last race, and now is joined by Cecilia. Then we come back to Nikki Scissors. That one is joined by Trendy Nev to the outside. Then we come back to Little Miss Bell. Little Miss Bell right in the thick of it. Me Say So splits runners and is a narrow third. Then it's Jewel Azul creeping up. Likewise, we come back to 3.5 lengths to Bruce's Girl, who's wide, and the one in last, she's extremely hot, and there goes Cecilia. This one is 62-1. Cecilia, 62-1, has taken the lead. Then it's Majestic Ice. Outside of that, Little Miss Bell making a massive move in the red blinkers. Here's Little Miss Bell collaring that long shot. Behind that one is Bruce's Girl, and then it's Trendy Nev to the inside. All left in the wake of a keen turn of speed by Little Miss Bell, who came up very big. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Festival of Champions Day at Canterbury Park. 12 for you, fast main track, and let's get after these program changes for Festival of Champions Day number 29. First race, scratch number 3, Mr. D's Legend. Race number 2, scratch number 6, Oh So Blue. And in the third race, number 7, My Name is Prince, has been scratched. Fourth race, number 8, raced September 2nd. 11.5 purse, 6.5, fast track Canterbury, finished 8th. Festival of Champions Stakes racing begins race 5. We are clear of change, races 5 through 8. Ninth race, scratch number 2, Got Even Smarter. 10th race, down to 3, scratch numbers 2 and 5. No trifecta, place, or show wagering for the trio in race 10. Dr. Dan's late double to close festival day, clear of change. We are fast and firm at Canterbury. Bunch of stakes races coming up later. Welcome to the show. Point to me when... Great day at Canterbury Park. Now we only have 5 racing days left, but today is a big one. It is Festival of Champions Day, 29th running of the signature day for us here at Canterbury Park. Minnesotans only. It is our state tournament of horse racing. It's coming up soon. Now, there are 2 races on which I'll be focused. Super excited to call all of them, but race 6, the Princess Elaine. You take a look at the candidates in the race, Ready to Run Away is the favorite, in my opinion, to be the 2021 Horse of the Year. She won it in 2020, so she's very good. This one's on the turf. Last time she ran on the turf, she was defeated by number 8, First Mate, who was 4.5 to 1. That's a very compelling race. Mac has number 3, Scent of Success. Very talented, looking to win 4 in a row. Now, the finale is the $60,000 quarter horse derby. What's compelling about this, as I learned in Rachel Blount's story in the Star Tribune, number 5, Jess Rocketman, he'll be prohibitively favored to win the Derby, just like his brothers, Dickie Bob and PYC Jess Bite My Dust. So that family owns this Minnesota Derby, $60,000 tonight, BA. What a wonderful day of racing. Welcome back, young man, and good afternoon.
Thank you. It feels good to be back on one of Minnesota's premier night, the Minnesota Festival of Champions, where we will crown the champions of today and potentially the champions of tomorrow with the 2-year-olds as well. Oftentimes we see the champions like Mr. Jägermeister, Hot Shot Kid, horses that are getting up there in age but still on their A game, like Drop of Golden Sun as well, Dom Plata, and then you've got horses like Love the Nest, Dr. Oscar, the up-and-comers of the group and the future of racing in Minnesota and stakes racing here at Canterbury Park. So it is an excellent night of racing. We do have 2 pick 5s, a $1 pick 6. It's an unbelievable day to be betting races and bread in Minnesota, because the big money comes out, the big players, and hopefully the big payouts as well. As we're just 17 minutes away from race number 1, we've been blessed again with good weather, fast, and on a firm turf course. And there's plenty of stakes action coming up along with turf action. Some very nice turf races in this early pick 5. We do kick off the pick 5 in race number 1. We'll also have some quarter horse action. It's a little bit of everything here at Canterbury Park today for Minnesota Festival of Champions Day. We are going to see an excellent night of racing. Do scratch a 3 out of race number 1 as we're just 16 minutes away from the opener at the park. Thanks for coming, and best of luck. The horses are in the paddock for an elite and premier night of racing here at Canterbury Park. We are starting about an hour earlier because we've got 12 races, 2 stakes races at the end of a card that is excellent. 10 thoroughbreds, including numerous stakes races, over $500,000 in purse money set to be given away. And then we've got the 2 quarter horse races at the end of the night, but you kick it off with a good-looking firster in option, and the word is out on option. 10-1 morning line was just 9-5, currently 2-1. Miguel Aurora may be thrown a bone from Joel Burnt in here, 20% winning trainer, and he does an excellent job with first-time starters winning at 23%. The workouts say go. The dam, though, Native Fever only produces 8% winners, 11 of them coming on the turf course, and the sire Optimizer, only 4% with first-time starters, but taking an amount of action that you want to pay attention to in here, 5-2. Tap It Sam has experience, and the dam produces 19% winners. However, so far, none of the siblings have had any success on the turf. They tried to get on the turf last time. They finished third in an off-the-turf race. They'll get their opportunity today, 20-1 on Tap It Sam. The 4 is Getcha. This is a large jump in class. There's no doubt about it, going from 7,500 maiden claiming up to maiden special weight. However, the only winner the dam has produced, Pleasant Guest, did come on the turf course, so surface change up in class, big price with Alonso Quinones. Could be a long shot to look at 21-1. The 5 is Soda King. I thought this one would take a lot more action at the wagering windows. A 3-year-old bay dark brown colt by American Pharoah, Triple Crown winning sire, but One More Strike was excellent as well. In fact, made $122,000 in purse money, and almost all of it came on the turf. And so far, all she's done is throw winners as well. She's producing at 44%. This one's a half to El Tazar, who we'll see in stakes action later on. I really thought Soda King was going to take money in here, 4-1 for American Pharoah's Soda King. The 6 is taking all the action, Feeding Frenzy. I thought this one could be vulnerable in here. Joel Burnt does enter in 2, and the other one taking money, 5-2 on option. But Feeding Frenzy has been a beaten favorite in the past. In fact, has gone off favored 4 straight times, has yet to get the money. If you think the 5th one's lucky, we'll find out 9 minutes from now, but I'm going to take the wait-and-see approach with Feeding Frenzy because the good-looking Gabriel's Legend had a troubled trip last time out. In fact, it was disastrous, no doubt about it. Gabriel's Legend should have been a maiden no more back on August 26th. They dove down to the inside, got checked, shuffled, finished full of run. That was 5 furlongs in the mud. We'll see if that run can translate to 2 turns on the turf. I think it can at a decent price, 8-1 on the board. And on the outside, it's 'Cause I'm Chocolate. Joel Burnt's got a little bit of everything in here. The 1, 6, and 8. Inside, middle favorite, who's been beaten 4 times in a row is the favorite. And then the outside with the long shot, 17-1. 'Cause I'm Chocolate for Wind in Wood Farm. Feels like they're trying something on the turf here. The breeding's not really there, but they haven't had much success on the dirt either. As the field of 7 kicks us off on a beautiful Festival of Champions Day here at Canterbury Park. The pick 5 begins in race number 1. Get those tickets in now. Good luck.
Thank you for that wonderful way to start Festival Wednesday, Lynn Diker. We're now 6 minutes away from race number 1. This first race brings maidens onto the turf course, and of course they are Minnesota breds going 1 mile. They kick off the early pick 5. We have a couple of them today, and it also brings pick 3s, doubles, exactas, tries, and superfectas to the wagering table. Scratch the 3, Mr. D's Legend. Your 4 to 5 favorite is Feeding Frenzy. This is the first race of the day. It's 6 minutes away, but we also have a lot more going on the non-equine end of things. Tonight, one lucky guest is going to drive away in a new Jeep Gladiator. To be eligible for the Gladiator drawing, as well as for hourly cash giveaways, which start at 5 p.m., make sure that you register your MVP rewards card at the Summer of Horsepower kiosks located in the ballet lobby, the track level grandstand near the gift shop, and on clubhouse level. You have 3 different places with which you can swipe and activate all of the tier credits that you've earned over the summer to be eligible to win that Jeep Gladiator. Remember, you can't win if you don't swipe. If you didn't bring your card, no problem. You can get one within 30 seconds. Just bring your ID to one of our information booths. They can get you a new card, and you could be driving away in that beautiful new vehicle. You've got 5 more minutes to bet race number 1. Remember, it starts the first of 2 pick 5s today. We have 3 pick 4s. One of them starts in the second. We have a couple later on in the card. Brian Aragoni puts together a pick 5 ticket each day. He will take you through both sequences, including this one, in the next few minutes. And your favorite remains at 4 to 5, Feeding Frenzy.
It's time for the Maker's Mark Pick 5. 2 opportunities to score on this Pick 5. Now, if you've been following Star Tribune Handicapper, he's won 3 Pick 5s in a row. We'll see if he can continue today. You can get his selections each and every day in the Star Tribune, but I think this one has potential to pay. We're going to go deep in 2 races. The 1 and the 4, I do believe this race is wide open. Feeding Frenzy, a horse who's likely to win easily today because I have pointed out that he's been the beaten favorite 4 times in a row. However, if he goes off the favorite 5 times in a row, I'm just going to play against him. It's just something that I typically do. When you get beat once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, fool me once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, I will then try and figure things out with Feeding Frenzy. He's likely to go to the winner's circle today, but we're going to spread out and try and beat him in here. 1, 2, 5, 6, and 7. In race number 2, we're going to go to the 2 horses with experience that I really like. Summer Fireflies along with She's on Easy Street. They should be the pace in here. I think they get the lead on the first-time starters, and they never look back today. 5 and 8 for me. The first of 2 singles will come in race number 3, 1 mile on the turf. The only question mark about Bayou Benny is can he handle the turf? The Tomlinson number, not great. However, he is a half to 2 Kobe who handles the turf just fine, and I expect no different from him. Bayou Benny, the first of multiple singles, because in race number 4, I thought this race was wide open. Non-winners of 2, state-bred girls going 1 mile. Feels like a race. Any of them can win. I want to use as many as possible. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, and 9 in what could be a wide-open race where we catch a price. And speaking of prices, how about an 8-1 single in Amaretto de Amor for Valerie Lund, Ruben Fuentes? If you're sitting at home, you've got an opportunity, take a look at that replay from August 17th. Now, I don't love that she's drawn back down on the inside in post number 2 because she didn't really like being on the inside last time out, but I think that was a learning experience. She finished full of run. I think she's fair value today, and she is going to be a single for me and also a single for me if I'm starting that pick 6 as well. 2 singles, it's a $30 play. It's the first of 2 on Minnesota Festival of Champions Day. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate, and it's post time for Minnesota Festival of Champions Day. Nothing but Minnesotans. If you are on track, thank you. If you are watching and wagering online, we thank you also. The stakes racing begins with race 5 all the way through race 12. Pick 5 begins here. Pick 4 begins the next race. Feeding Frenzy smacked late in the win wagering, 3-5. Because I'm chocolate last in. Maidens commence the 29th Minnesota Festival of Champions Day. And they're racing. Kind of a slow beginning for Gabriel's Legend. Not terrible, though. And on the inside, Tap It Sam shows speed with the debuting option to the inside at 4.5 to 1. Guess check between them. Then it's Soda King. After that, Cause I'm Chocolate. Feeding Frenzy, 5 lengths from the lead, to the outside of the aforementioned Soda King. And after that, it is Gabriel's Legend, 7 lengths from the front, and 1 and 2, AC Doocy corner and pick up the speed. And as they head up the barn side, these Minnesota Maidens in race 1 are chasing Option, who leads it by a head. Badgered by Tap It Sam, now on level terms. Behind them, Cause I'm Chocolate, getting a wonderful trip. Likewise for Guest Check, but wide. And Feeding Frenzy, Soda King saves ground, 4 out of it. And after that, it's Gabriel's Legend, 5 from front to back. And the 7 head into the far turn in contentious fashion. And Feeding Frenzy's making a 3-wide move and doing so at 4-5. That's the one in the blue silks to the far outside of Cause I'm Chocolate and Tap It Sam. After that, it's Gabriel's Legend and Guest Check. Soda King far out of it. Soda King and Option a mile out of it, and they're chasing Tap It Sam. And Feeding Frenzy's looking to eat. Guest Check makes a good move on the outside at 39 to 1. Feeding Frenzy, the favorite, inside Gabriel's Legend. Oh, sneaks through beautifully. Very, very sneaky, Miss Har. It is Gabriel's Legend at 7 to 1, the first winner, Festival of Champions Day. Number 7, Gabriel's Legend ran first, 7-6-4-8. It's unofficial. We thank our sponsors, Appalados, Atomic Data, College City Beverage, Continental Diamond, Grey Duck Vodka, Gallagher Benefit Services, iHeartRadio, Jim Beam, Quick Trip, Loeffler, the Minnesota Lottery, Pepsi, the Star Tribune, and everybody here with the John Stallworth Fan Club. We welcome you to Festival of Champions Day right out here at the park. 42 in the 5. The first race is official. Trifecta paid $118. Exacta $20.70. The first Superfecta 7648, $105.66 for one thin dime. Second race, fast main track, pick 4 wagering on races 2 through 5. And in race 2, scratch number 6, Oh So Blue. Second race, courtesy of Atomic Data. We also thank Apache, Apple Autos, and Archkey Technologies. The first into the Mystic Lake winner's circle, it's Gabriel's Legend and Kelsey Haar. The winning owner and trainer, Larry Donlin Jr. Gabriel's Legend is a 3-year-old son of Timber Legend out of Godal, bred by Eugene and Rita Balke. Gabriel's Legend and Miss Haar. Ladies and gentlemen, a very special moment in the winner's enclosure right now. We are celebrating the Sampson, Minnesota HBPA Lifetime Achievement Award. And for more, here's Angela.
Thank you, Paul. The board of Minnesota HBPA unanimously voted to bring Doc Bowman award Doc Bowman with the Sampson Minnesota HBPA Lifetime Achievement Award this year because it is awarded entirely on merit, and everything that Doc Bowman has done for Minnesota racing more than qualifies him for this special achievement. Known to most as simply Doc Bowman, he has been a state veterinarian and equine dentist for decades. Anyone involved in any way in Minnesota racing knows Doc Bowman as the patron saint of retiring thoroughbreds because he has cared for hundreds of these horses at his Bowman Second Chance Thoroughbred Adoption Farm in North Dakota. Doc Bowman has tended to retired racehorses' infirmities, fixing their teeth, feeding them, and restoring them to good health. He has never said no to any horse in need after their racing days are over. Many times he has done this with his own money, even with donations, because it would not be enough to absorb all of the costs for all of the horses that he has helped. That is how special and giving Doc Bowman is. Minnesota HBPA President Pete Matson and Canterbury President Randy Sampson are presenting the award to Doc Bowman. A round of applause, everybody, for everything that he's done for Minnesota racing. Thank you for all that you do, and congratulations.
Day. And they're racing. Kind of a slow beginning for Gabriel's Legend. Not terrible, though. And on the inside, Tap It Sam shows speed with the debuting option to the inside at 4.5 to 1. Guest check between them. Then it's Soda King. After that, Cause I'm Chocolate. Feeding Frenzy, 5 lengths from the lead to the outside of the aforementioned Soda King. And after that, it is Gabriel's Legend, 7 lengths from the front. And 1 and 2, AC Doocy corner and pick up the speed. And as they head up the barn side, these Minnesota Maidens in race 1 are chasing Option, who leads it by a head. Badgered by Tap It Sam, now on level terms. Behind them, Cause I'm Chocolate, getting a wonderful trip. Likewise for Guest Check, but wide. And Feeding Frenzy. Soda King saves ground, 4 out of it. And after that, it's Gabriel's Legend, 5 from front to back. And the 7 head into the far turn in contentious fashion. And Feeding Frenzy's making a 3-wide move and doing so at 4 to 5. That's the one in the blue silks to the far outside of Cause I'm Chocolate and Tap It Sam. After that, it's Gabriel's Legend and Guest Check. Soda King far out of it. Soda King and Option a mile out of it, and they're chasing Tap It Sam. And Feeding Frenzy's looking to eat. Guest Check makes a good move on the outside at 39 to 1. Feeding Frenzy, the favorite, inside Gabriel's Legend. Oh, sneaks through beautifully. Very sneaky, Miss Har. It is Gabriel's Legend at 7 to 1, the first winner, Festival of Champions Day.
may have only been a maiden victory, but Gabriel sure did it in a legendary way, with Gabriel's legend just coming home in a romp under a very patient, paint-skimming ride for Kelsey Haar as we kick off the card. Festival Day of Champions with a 7-1 winner. We'll go out to the main track for the first time today. A 5-furlong sprint in here, just 11 minutes away. State-bred fillies all looking for their first career victory. The one hole is currently favored 2-1 on the board. St. Serene off that 6-1 morning line. A homebred in here for Richard Bremer and Cheryl Sprick. The 2-year-old filly by Badge of Glory, a dam who won the Minnesota Oaks, but does debut at the maiden claiming ranks in as a brood mare. Badge of Glory 0 for 5 so far. Little surprised by the late season debut in here for a horse that has good breeding and in for a tag. Taking some money, though, at 2-1 for St. Serena. The 2 is Mota Joy. Crystal Conning getting the call in here for Tony Ringstorff. Takes a drop in class from maiden special weight down to maiden claiming. This filly actually debuted against the boys, and it was her best race. She only lost by 2 lengths against the boys. Since then, with the girls, hasn't been as great. A 4th place finish beaten by 8, an 8th place finish beaten by 18, but does take a drop in class in here for Mota Joy at 16-1. The 3 is Bird Feather. The 2-year-old filly by Commissioner by Bird Colors gets Kelsey Haar. She looks for a riding double in here. On the board, yet again, 7-1 for Bird Feather, who hasn't shown much in 2 starts, but another who gets class relief today. The 4 is I Think I Love You. Miguel Aurora for Lynn Rare, because she owns and trains the 2-year-old filly who went for $4,000 at the sale last year. We'll see if they can get their return on investment in here. Lightly raced, only making career start number 2 today. The dam was 0 for 3, and this is her first full. The 5 is Summer Fireflies. Nick Goodwin gets the call in here. The 2-year-old filly out of Maryville. The dam made $160,000. She's been just okay as a broodmare, though I do believe this one could be the one to catch to cash. The 7 is the unknown in here. 20-1 on the board for Voodoo Fire. The dam of this one made almost $100,000. However, as a broodmare, she's only produced 1 winner in 25 starts. That's why my money is going to land on She's on Easy Street. Hopefully, Rye Eckleberry and the 8 can make it look like it's Easy Street. As the inside and the outside taking all the action, they're currently co-favored at 2-1, but I'm going to try She's on Easy Street as we kick off the pick 4 with race number 2.
We have youngsters joining us. Females in for a $40,000 tag in this maiden. Of course, Minnesota breds going 5 furlongs. Scratch the 6, Oh So Blue. We have a field of 7 left over. so all of the betting options remain intact. Win, place, show, exactas, tries, 10-cent supers, doubles, pick threes, and 1 of 3 pick fours begins in race number 2. The second is sponsored by Atomic Data. They're also the sponsors of the leaderboards coming up. We'll take a look at things in the trainers, jockeys, and quarter horse trainers and jockeys standings, as all will be involved in our 12 race card tonight. Remember, we're on a fast main track, a firm turf course, and the second will take off in 6 minutes. If you haven't got your MVP card yet, go get one. Make sure that you activate all of your entries for that Jeep Gladiator and the cash drawings that we have coming up starting at 5 o'clock. You can get one at the info booth. You got 19 minutes to get in for that first drawing. And a little bit later on, we'll be giving away a brand new Jeep Gladiator to one lucky player. You need that MVP card, you need your ID, and that's it. You could be a big winner coming up later tonight. We'll take a look at the leaderboards coming up next. Atomic Data are the sponsors of our leaderboards in the jockeys and trainers races. And we'll be taking a look at the quarter horses as well as we bring them back into action at the end of our card tonight for some more stakes racing. Now, things have been very tight atop the trainers race, but the jockeys race still remains a runaway for a new face in our colony this year in Lindy Wade. Lindy Wade is pretty far ahead right now, as you can see on the board. 10, to be exact, ahead of Rye Eccleberry, who is also 10 ahead of Alonzo Quinones. He's pulled pretty well clear of Alex Kinchari in third, but it's still kind of tight between Alex and Luis Negron. Would expect Luis to make some noise towards the end and maybe get himself into fourth or third. Quincy Hamilton has made his way onto the board as well. Expect to see all of those riders aboard for 3 of these barns that you see in here. In fact, 4 or 5. All below Robertino Diodoro, who doesn't have a whole bunch of state-bred firepower. All the other barns, though, well represented tonight throughout our 12-race card. Mac Robertson is 2 ahead of him, but he is one of the leaders of all time in festival racing. Almost 40 wins for that barn when it comes to the Festival of Champions, and there is a lot of Minnesota-bred power coming from the Mac Robertson stable, as well as Joel Burnt, who looks to win with Love the Nest later on in the Northern Lights Futurity, Tony Rengstorff, Tim Padilla, who had an excellent Maiden Minnesota night. He and Pete Matson have some excellent entries coming up. They expect to, I would expect them to have a very good Festival of Champions night to follow that up. Edwin Escobedo is 6 ahead of Luis Valenzuela. Those 2 ride a lot for our leading trainer in the quarter horse ranks, Jason Olmstead. He has a firm chokehold over that quarter horse trainer's lead, but Tyler Stein has had an excellent meet. 9, just 1 ahead of Ed Ross Hardy. And again, you can see all of those names. Martinez rides a lot for Hardy. A lot of them all team up, and they will be teaming up, I'm sure, later with some success. Jason Olmstead expected to have a couple of the favorites in those quarter horse races. Edwin Escobedo and Luis Valenzuela, each aboard one or the other in those respective quarter horse races. We thank Atomic Data for their sponsorship each day of our leaderboards in the quarter horse and the thoroughbred standings, as well as race number 2. We're 3 minutes away from it right now. Your favorite is on the inside. First-timer Saint Serena is your current favorite at 6-5. Followed up by She's on Easy Street on the outside. And we want to mention that if She's on Easy Street comes home victorious, Grey Duck Vodka will provide 2-for-1 cocktails for the rest of Festival of Champions evening. That's the first gray of the day, number 8, She's on Easy Street. You got 2 minutes left to bet the second. On screen right now, we'll just take a quick look at this pick four that I put together. Not a very expensive ticket, but I don't usually do that in the pick fours. This one's a $9 ticket, and I did use first-timer Saint Serena. She has been a hot commodity on the board from the start of betting. She is your current even money favorite. I'm a little surprised that Summer Fireflies is at 3-1. I don't think she will be by the time she gets to the gate. This one showed a lot of speed in her first couple of starts. In fact, last time led them a good part of the way. She makes a lot of sense on a drop and on a cutback. This is the sort of horse that fits this race like a glove. But if Saint Serena on the inside and she both show a lot of speed for a good part of the race, she's on easy street. Does have kind of an even running style. She could pick them both up on the outside. They all have different ways of going about things, so I didn't think that they were all too far ahead of each other at this point in their careers, and I used all of them. Now for 2, 5, and 6 in the next, I know that Bayou Benny is going to be tough, and I know that he'll probably be on the lead for a good part of the way, but there is always the question with going over to turf. Last time he did looked a little tuckered out at the end of the Derby, but he is definitely the class of this bunch and probably has the most talent when all is said and done. But the two turf horses in here that are proven commodities against each other are Edgy, Reggie, and Loring Park. Now, Edgy Reggie is the stablemate of that one. He gets a little riled up on track. You might want to get a look at him when he's out here warming up, as he is very aptly named, Edgy Reggie. If he can behave himself a little bit better, he might be able to save a little bit more for the stretch run. And he is a late runner, too. If things get bonkers up front and Bubba Bob and his and his fellow Winchester Place entrant go bonkers on the front end, he might be able to pick up the pieces, and so could Loring Park. Use both of them on there in addition to Bayou Benny. In the fourth race, I was interested in both the 4 and the 9, Rosy Cheeks and Midnight Current. Just ran against each other 2 races ago. They were only separated by a half a length. I leaned towards Midnight Current because Midnight Current had kind of to get stopped. She drew the rail that day, and she stayed on the inside the whole time with Quincy Hamilton. Couldn't always get ahead of steam going. Tonight she has the outside post. That should enable her to keep her momentum going. She's not the most petite of horses, so it's important for her to keep on going and going and going, coming at you. She might be able to catch Rosy Cheeks tonight, and that was my thought. Now moving on to the Northern Lights debutante, very talented. She's My Warrior is going to make her 3rd start. Yeah, she might have been in a little bit over her head in the Prairie Gold Lassie, but just about everyone was compared to the runaway winner that day. No shame in losing in that one. She kept up with the pack for most of the way. She just tuckered out. She'd only had 1 start. She was pretty far outside the whole way, and She's My Warrior has a better race out of it than it looks on paper. I thought that she got a lot out of that one. She obviously had a lot of talent and showed it in her first start, and she does have 2 starts. A lot of these only have 1 to them, and She's My Warrior on the rail could probably take them all the way. She's a half to the Alligator Hunter. You know Precocity is there, and the price might be right. I thought that she could beat Honey Bella, who might be bet down a little bit, and Amaretto de Amore, who's next to her. I don't think you'll get anything close to 8-1 on her. Everybody loving the full sister to Mr. Jagermeister. I thought that might boost the price up on the rail filly, and I decided to take a stand with her. That's what that $9 ticket looks like. It spreads out and goes to a single, but it is a competitive little sequence, as you saw by Brian Aragoni's ticket. If you want to spend $9, if you want to spend more, you don't have much time. They're almost to the gate. Good luck.
It is now post time for the second race, Festival of Champions Day. The debutante Saint Serena, 6-5 and favored. Here come the baby girls. And they're Racing, St. Serena off second last. Mota Joy off in first, now joined by I Think I Love You. And outside, She's on Easy Street cruises up to contest the lead. Then it's Summer Firefly, St. Serena 6 lengths behind. I Think I Love You, and at 36-1, I Think I Love You is clear by 2. After that, we come back to Voodoo Fire, debuting second last. Way back in last is Bird Feather, and up top, it's I Think I Love You. This long shot continues to stride out with a 2-length lead. She's on Easy Street chasing. That one's to the inside of Summer Fireflies. Then we come to Mota Joy. The firster, St. Serena, has a lot of work to do to live up to that 2-1. And they're inside the final furlong. Mota Joy means business to the outside of Summer Fireflies. Inside, I Think I Love You. Mota Joy, 24-1 in a photo. Looks like that long shot by an inch. Result of the photo shows the ladies swept the double. Mota Joy first, Har to Conning. 2-5-4-8 in a minute and small change. Steward's inquiry, ladies and gentlemen, hold all tickets. It's into the stretch run and does not involve the top 2 finishers. The stewards are looking at the stretch run, specifically numbers 4 and 8. That 2-5 exacta, clear of any change. TV monitors, big screen in the infield. You'll see the stewards' angles momentarily, involving 4 and 8. 4 has the white shadow roll, 8 closest to the rail. That situation there drew the attention of the judges. Stand by. First, into the winner's enclosure, the upset-minded Mota Joy and Crystal Conning. Mota Joy is a 2-year-old bay filly by Eye of the Leopard. The owners, Rengstorff Racing and Guy Grooms. And the winning trainer is Tony Rengstorff. Mota Joy, 2-year-old daughter of Eye of the Leopard and Ain't Catch Me, bred in Minnesota by Rick and Joyce Osborne and Nicole and Ali De Palma. Ladies and gentlemen, for interference in the stretch, number 4, I Think I Love You, has been disqualified from third and placed fourth. For costing number 8, She's on Easy Street, a better placing. You'll see 4 and 8 here. 8 closest to the rail, 4 drifting in right next to that 8. Under right-handed urging, and for that maneuver, the track referees, the judges, disqualified the 4 from third to fourth. So it's a 2-5-8-4 piece when it goes official. Second race official, second choice in second, nevertheless big payoffs. We've had 2 consecutive superfectas pay more than $100 for a dime. Welcome to Festival of Champions Day. Now we head to the third race, turf course firm, rail all the way in, scratch 7, My Name is Prince. And they're racing. St. Serena off second last. Mota Joy off in first, now joined by I Think I Love You. And outside, She's on Easy Street, cruises up to contest the lead. Then it's Summer Firefly, St. Serena 6 lengths behind. I Think I Love You. And at 36-1, I Think I Love You is clear by 2. After that, we come back to Voodoo Fire, debuting second last. Way back in last is Bird Feather. And up top, it's I Think I Love You. This long shot continues to stride out with a 2-length lead. Joy, the firster, St. Serena, has a lot of work to do to live up to that 2-1, and they're inside the final furlong. Mota Joy means business to the outside of Summer Fireflies. Inside, I Think I Love You. Mota Joy, 24-1 in a photo. Looks like that long shot by an inch.
Been a day of prices so far, 7-1, and then a $51 payout as Crystal Conning improves that win percentage and gets up in the nick of the wire to defeat the two favorites who have to settle for second and third today. But long shots to kick off Festival Day of Champions. We'll see if another long shot can continue in here, because right now there's really only money going on one horse, and that's Bayou Benny. But on your screen now, it's Twilight Liaison, 71-1 on the board. There's no doubt about it. This is a huge jump up in class for a horse whose turf breeding is probably a little bit light, but they want to be on the turf. Last time rained off on August 24th, had to settle for third that day. However, it was third in a four-horse field, a big number on Twilight Liaison, and everyone's a big number because Bayou Benny, Rye Echoberry, Tony Ringstorfer, Winchester Place, Thoroughbreds, the homebred in here is a half to Tuco Bay, who handles the turf just fine. That's the only question mark with the two is the turf. We know he can handle the distance. He handled it very well last time out when he was an objection away and a steward's inquiry away from winning the Minnesota Derby. It didn't go his way that day. We'll see if he can bounce back with a turf victory in here, 1-5 on the board. The 3 is the good-looking talent and tricks. I make note every time this guy goes to the gate. He looks good in the paddock each and every time, but he hasn't won in 2 years. You will get a value play in here, though, at 55-1. The 4 is Ruby's Red Devil. 2 back, got a game maiden breaking score on August 4th, going a mile on the dirt. They'll try the turf today, but being by Keela, you would think the turf is in the cards for the big, good-looking Ruby's Red Devil, whose full siblings, Lila's Lucky Lady and Ray's Angel, have all relished the turf, so I think Ruby's Red Devil can as well. The 5 is Edgy Reggie. Very similar to what we saw in race number 2. Blew up the tote board in the maiden breaking score at 55-1. We'll see if Edgy Reggie can do it again. Currently on the board at 10-1. You get leading rider at double-digit odds, 10-1 on Edgy Reggie. The 6 is Loring Park. Quincy Hamilton and Joel Burnt. This jockey-trainer combination has been awesome. The 3-year-old gelding by Orb does take on older in here, however, has been in good form. And unlike many of the others in here, you know Loring Park can handle the turf. And speaking of handling the turf, Bubba Bob did just fine off the long layoff. Got the job done. Likes to be on the lead. And this could be a paceless race. Bubba Bob should have it his own way on the front. We'll see if he can take him gate to wire. And on the outside, it's Last Martini, Carlo Lopez, and Mike Beeler in here. A 4th in the Minnesota Derby. They've ran well on the turf, but have yet to get the victory on the turf course. We'll see if Last Martini can get the Urbans home a winner at 10-1 as the field of 8 goes out to the firm turf course for race number 3. Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the 4th race, scratch number 3, Madisonian. Race number 4, scratch number 3, Madisonian. And now, Sir Leonard Dykert.
Prices thus far, and we will go back to the turf course with a 1-5 favorite in race number 3. It's 9 minutes away. We scratched the 7, My Name is Prince, the main track only entrance, so we had a field of 8. They offer pick 3, double, superfecta, try, and exacta wagering, in addition to win place and show wagers. They all seek win number 2. Of course, they're Minnesotan. And race number 3, again, will go off now in 8 minutes. If you haven't got in for the cash drawings yet, make sure you swipe that MVP card. If you didn't bring it today, you forgot it in the car, no problem. You can get your MVP card replaced in about 30 seconds just with your ID. Stop by the track level information booth or the clubhouse level information booth and they will get you set up. You have to swipe at one of the 3 kiosks that we have in the building to activate all of those entries that you have, and you could come away with some cash or even a Jeep Gladiator. We have our first $500 cash winners in our giveaway tonight. If you swiped your card, you were eligible for $100 cash in this drawing. Our 5 winners for 5 o'clock are Don Keeger of Prior Lake, Phyllis Winslow of Fridley, Kai Hang of St. Paul, Lotus Hollader of Lakeville, and Susan Heinen of Columbia Heights. If you heard your name, you have 5 minutes to check in at the track level information booth. Go check in, claim your prize, and congratulations. Keep on swiping, everybody, at all of those kiosks to release your entries that you've earned throughout the season. They could win you some cash or that Jeep Gladiator.
And the horses are approaching the starting gate. And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the Duluth Bulldogs Hockey Classic. Edina Realty Mortgage. Welcome to the racetrack, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Have fun. Bayou Benny in his turf debut, prohibitively favored. Last Martini, last in line.
Hang on.
And they're racing. And Twilight Liaison from that one spot came out like a shot. Bubba Bob flashing some speed, and now they have one lap to go, and it's Twilight Liaison at 50-1 on a Festival of Champions Day full of upsets to this stage. That one leads it from the favored Bayou Benny, and they now open up a length and a half on Bubba Bob. After that, we have Edgy Reggie beginning to creep in. That's the 5 at 9-1, tightly held about 2.5 lengths from the lead. Talent and Tricks mid-pack about 7 lengths out of it, and to the inside of Loring Park. After that, Ruby's Red Devil in his turf debut. Ruby's Red Devil about 9-10 lengths from the lead. Then it's Last Martini, Last Horse. They have a half mile to go. Into the far turn, race 3, Festival of Champions Day. And a race after a 26-1 shot one. Here's Twilight Liaison at 50-1, shaken up but holding on. Bayou Benny, also in his turf debut, is bearing down on that one. Outside of that is Last Martini. And may check that Bubba Bob and the Winchester runners are trying to catch Twilight Liaison. Edgy Reggie begging for the light of day. Outside of that is Loring Park. Talon and Tricks also firing. Inside, here's Edgy Reggie with Bubba Bob to the outside and Loring Park at 9-2. But it's Edgy Reggie as the hits keep on coming. Reggie is 9-1. Number 5, Edgy Reggie ran first. Second, 6, Loring Park. Bubba Bob ran third. Twilight Liaison finished fourth. It's 5-6-8-1, and it's unofficial. And race 3 is official. First pick 3 today, $665 for 50 cents. That 10-cent superfecta 5681, it only paid $263 for a dime. First 3 races today, the superfectas, top 4 finishers in a given race, all have paid well over $100. Upset-laden Festival of Champions Day right out here at the park. $74 for the trifecta. Double, $338 from that 2 in race 2. Race number 4, about 21 minutes from now. Scratch number 3, Madisonian. In the winner's enclosure, it's Edgy Reggie and Lindy Wade. The winning owners, Suzanne Stables, and the winning trainer, Tony Rengstorff. Reggie is a 3-year-old colt by Magician out of Fan Fest, bred in Minnesota. Edgy Reggie. And they're racing. And Twilight Liaison from that one spot came out like a shot. Bubba Bob flashing some speed, and now they have 1 lap to go, and it's Twilight Liaison at 50-1 on a Festival of Champions Day full of upsets to this stage. That one leads it from the favored Bayou Benny, and they now open up a length and a half on Bubba Bob. After that, we have Edgy Reggie beginning to creep in. That's the 5 at 9-1. Tightly held, about 2.5 lengths from the lead. Talent and Tricks, mid-pack, about 7 lengths out of it, and to the inside of Loring Park. After that, Ruby's Red Devil in his turf debut. Ruby's Red Devil about 9-10 lengths from the lead. Then it's Last Martini, Last Horse. They have a half mile to go. Into the far turn, race 3, Festival of Champions Day. And a race after a 26-1 shot one. Here's Twilight Liaison at 50-1, shaken up but holding on. Bayou Benny, also in his turf debut, is bearing down on that one. Outside of that is Last Martini. And may check that Bubba Bob and the Winchester runners are trying to catch Twilight Liaison. Edgy Reggie begging for the light of day. Outside of that is Loring Park. Talon and Tricks also firing. Inside, here's Edgy Reggie with Bubba Bob to the outside and Loring Park at 9-2. But it's Edgy Reggie as the hits keep on coming. Reggie is 9-1.
I'm down here with CEO Randy Sampson, who is instrumental in bringing racing back here at Canterbury Park. But Minnesota Festival of Champions Day has been around since 1992. I know you guys ran it in 1992, I'm told, after the final day of racing.
Yes, it was the final day of racing, but it was after what Ladbroke had planned to be the final day of racing. And it really was, I mean, this is a great day. We're all happy to be out here on Festival of Champions. It's one of my favorite days, great day to celebrate all the people who put so much into this sport from Minnesota. But, yeah, going back to 1992, Ladbroke wanted to just shut the place down and be gone. And so a group of horsemen, Steve Urban was the one who first came to me, Dan Melsness, and we put together a whole group of horsemen to put on a day of racing that became the Festival of Champions. We got it on live TV, got a bunch of sponsors, got a big crowd out here, and it really was the impetus or momentum that allowed us to eventually put a group together to buy the track, because of course Ladbroke did decide to shut the place down as they had threatened to do after live racing. So it's a great history. It's a great part of why we're here today, was the 1992 Festival of Champions and how the horsemen worked together to put on a great day of racing.
And your family's not only been instrumental in racing here at Canterbury Park, but also in breeding. And you guys have had plenty of success on Festival Day as well. Is there a win that rings fond with you?
Well, there are a lot of them, but the one that I would have to say was 1992 Bold Cherokee was our first stakes winner, and I think that helped get Kurt interested in buying the track. He got hooked on that when we saw, how great it was to win a major stake race on a big racing day with a big crowd. But since then, lots of festival champion horses over the years and lots of participants. And again, congrats to all the winners today, and thanks to everybody who helps put on such a great show.
The CEO couldn't have said it better himself or myself as well, as Randy Sampson, instrumental in bringing racing here, and also Festival Day of Champions since 1992, as Bold Cherokee set to look down on many of the winners today, as we've got 8 stakes races beginning in race number 5. We'll go out for race number 4 just 10 minutes away, kicking off one of those pick threes or doubles. We'll go back on the turf course. And so far, it's been a day of long shots. Nothing lower than 7-1 thus far. I'm going to put Dreaming Biz on top for Joel Burnt and Fuentes, who is all riled up down here in the paddock, but look good. Wasn't too warm. It's a cool day. Currently 3-1. We'll see if the value continues to come, because right now, your favorite is in the 4-hole, and it's Rosy Cheeks for the Hall of Fame trainer Francisco Bravo and Rye Eckleberry. These guys looking to get their festival day started off in the right way, but it could be with a long shot like Wee Ms. Bernsey, who's on your screen now, 11-1. If you're new to horse racing, take a look at this 8. On the toes, on the muscle, neck bowed, and ears straight up. Happy as can be for this 4-year-old filly by Caleb's Posse. 11-1 on the board, and you get Alonzo Quinones in the saddle. But on the outside, it's Joel Burnt donning the classic silks of Lothenbach Stables with Quincy Hamilton aboard. The turf breeding just okay, but the results could be better. Second time on the turf. Tried it once, ran third. Could improve today with the locks of Quincy Hamilton. We'll see if the long shots can continue as we're set to kick off Festival of Champions Day.
Race 4 is up next. This time the girls will take their turn on the turf for win number 2 lifetime. They go 1 mile to do so. We did have a late scratch of the 3 Madisonian, so we have a field of 8 in this 4th race, which is sponsored by Jim Beam. It's 6 minutes away. Your 5-2 favorite is the 2 Dreaming Biz. The 4th offers win, place, show, exactas, tries, supers, doubles, and pick 3s as far as wagering options. And again, it is sponsored by Jim Beam. Beyond tonight, if you would like to participate in contest play, and I know that there's some good ones going on, we have a Big Ten satellite coming up. It is the BCBC Big Ten satellite on the 11th. It's a $100 entry fee. You could win a $3,000 entry into our season-end contest, the BCBC Big Ten contest on the 16th. Value of that, $120,000, and you could win yourself a seat at the Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge out at Del Mar this year for the Breeders' Cup. It starts with a $2,000 mythical bankroll, and I believe 1 for every 30 will get a seat into that BCBC Big Ten contest on September 16th. If you'd like all the details on that, the wagering format, the limits, the races, everything like that, you can check out CanterburyPark.com. We have Fan Appreciation Week coming up next week. It's our final 3 days of racing, and it's free admission. The 14th, 15th, and 16th, you can come in for free. We'll start at 5 on the 14th and 15th, and we'll start at 4 on the 16th. Those cards get very big, those fields get very big, and those payoffs get very big as well. You'll want to come out and join us for Fan Appreciation Week and close out the season with a lot of cash in your pocket. Other promotions online are available at CanterburyPark.com. All the info, all the tickets. You can get involved in some of those contests before the end of the season. Perhaps you'd want to get involved in one of our simulcasting ones, the Countdown to the Cup. All those details and the schedules at CanterburyPark.com. You now have 5 minutes to bet race number 4, and your 2-to-1 favorite remains Dreaming Biz. Good luck.
It's post time for the fourth race, upset-laden Festival of Champions Day. If you are on track, thank you very much for coming out to our signature day, Festival of Champions Day. If you are online, thanks for watching and wagering. First three winners have been 7-1, 26-1, and 9-1. Let's see what happens here. 8 in the gate, race 4 on the turf. And they're racing, and they've broken a perfect line. From the outside, That Would Be Nice comes out in search of the lead, joined now by Rosy Cheeks and Minnesota Nice to the inside. Then it's Flash Flood with 1 lap to go. That one is 3 lengths from the lead to the inside of Midnight Current. Dreaming Biz, content to be 8 out of it early, and to the inside of Wee Ms. Bernsey, and with her boots on, kicks up turf about 12 lengths from the lead. Around the corner they go, race 4, Festival of Champions Day, and Rosy Cheeks and Eckleberry trying to steal it at 2-1. It is Rosy Cheeks by 1. In second, That Would Be Nice, Minnesota Nice creeping up to be 2 lengths from the lead, overtaken by Flash Flood. Outside of them, Midnight Current, and about 5 lengths behind that, Wee Ms. Bernsey attached to Dreaming Biz with her boots on, still about 10 lengths behind. Rosy Cheeks still in full bloom. Rosy Cheeks leads it by 1. Midnight Current sweeping into action to the outside of Flash Flood. Then it's That Would Be Nice. Minnesota Nice was in tightly. Now the leading man takes that one to the outside, joined by Dreaming Biz. Then it's Wee Ms. Bernsey, and still nothing from With Her Boots On, and Rosy Cheeks keeping the head in front. Midnight Current attacking to the outside and doing so violently. It is Midnight Current and Quincy Hamilton. Behind them is Dreaming Biz, and up goes Midnight Current, flowing right to the lead. Dreaming Biz is flying, but it'll be too late. 9-2-4. Midnight Current wins race 4. Nine, Midnight Current first at 7-1. 9-2-4-7, race 4. The fourth is official. 10-cent superfecta, $41. Double from race 3, $69.70. The pick 3 on races 2, 3, and 4, $873. That 9-2 exacta, $28.40. And the trifecta paid $44.50. About 22 minutes from now, the $100,000 Northern Lights debutante. 2-year-old fillies get center stage with race 5, beginning our $1 pick 6 with that nation low 10% takeout. We thank sponsors Jim Beam and also Pepsi, the official soft drink provider of Canterbury Park. Into the Mystic Lake Winners Enclosure, Midnight Current and Quincy Hamilton. 3 victories this racing week for Quincy, tops in the room. Midnight Current is a 3-year-old brown filly by Midnight Loot from the Tisnow mare, Sharp Current. Owned by Lothenbach Stables and bred in Minnesota by Lothenbach Stables. Midnight Current is trained by Joe Burt. On the turf, and they're racing, and they've broken a perfect line from the outside. That would be Nice, comes out in search of the lead, joined now by Rosy Cheeks and Minnesota Nice to the inside. Then it's Flash Flood with 1 lap to go. That one is 3 lengths from the lead to the inside of Midnight Current. Dreaming Biz content to be 8 out of it early, and to the inside of Wee Ms. Burnsy, and with her boots on, kicks up turf about 12 lengths from the lead. Around the corner they go. Race 4, Festival of Champions Day, and Rosy Cheeks and Eckleberry trying to steal it at 2-1. It is Rosy Cheeks by 1. In second, that would be Nice. Minnesota Nice creeping up to be 2 lengths from the lead, overtaken by Flash Flood. Outside of them, Midnight Current, and about 5 lengths behind that, Wee Ms. Burnsy attached to Dreaming Biz with her boots on, still about 10 lengths behind. Rosy Cheeks still in full bloom. Rosy Cheeks leads it by 1. Midnight Current sweeping into action to the outside of Flash Flood. Then it's That Would Be Nice. Minnesota Nice was in tightly. Now the leading man takes that one to the outside, joined by Dreaming Biz. Then it's Wee Ms. Burnsy, and still nothing from With Her Boots On, and Rosy Cheeks keeping the head in front. Midnight Current attacking to the outside and doing so violently. It is Midnight Current and Quincy Hamilton. Behind them is Dreaming Biz, and up goes Midnight Current, flowing right to the lead. Dreaming Biz is flying, but it'll be too late. 9-2-4. Midnight Current wins race 4. The fifth race is the $100,000 Northern Lights debutante. Welcome to the Dark Star Press Box. Many reasons to be excited here. Number 2 is a full sister to Mr. Jägermeister. Sir Leonard Dykert is making the trophy presentation, and this girl, Honey Bella, can run. We go back to August 4th for this. She went off at 5-1, winning as a debutante. And Mac Robertson trainees don't generally win so impressively at 5-1. Honey Bella, the 2-1 favorite now. Roymus Chirinos in to ride Honey Bella. Brian Aragoni, our handicapper in the paddock. It has been nothing but upsets today. Do you sense another one here? And good evening.
Could see an upset in here. You've got the 2-year-olds taking to the track. Many of them are lightly raced. You've got some maidens facing horses that have won their debuts. But on a day where we talk about champions and you think of the older horses, what oftentimes gets overlooked is the younger horses, the champions that are 2 years old and could be the champions of the future. And we started off with the 2-year-olds in here, and this could be the future of racing in Minnesota as they go out for the $100,000 Northern Lights debutante and a very talented field. It may only be a field of 7, but the talent certainly runs deep in the Northern Lights debutante. Down on the inside, it's She's My Warrior. They've tried a little bit of everything. They debuted at 4.5. Then they went down to Prairie Meadows in a $100,000 stakes race. Went off at 28-1 that day. Didn't get all that great of a trip, was stuck awfully wide. Now they should get a ground-saving trip, and it looks like the bettors are back on. After a big price down at Prairie, coming back home against Minnesotans, 3-1 on She's My Warrior, who looked dazzling in the debut on July 13th. But I'm going to try the long shot in here, the Maiden, and it appears KG and I feel very similar. It's his power play of the day. My live long shot is Amaretto de Amor, Ruben Fuentes, and Valerie Lund. This one has a win early pedigree, in my opinion. The Dams Firsters have been excellent. I know this one had one start. It wasn't all that great. It was a learning experience. It wasn't the horse's fault, just had a troubled trip. Broke on the inside, shuffled back, but once Ruben Fuentes got her out in the light of day, she really finished well and was cutting into that margin. You can see it in the running line. Behind by 7 lengths, then lost a sense, start singing in the 6th hole, and Amaretto de Amor was eating up ground late. There should be plenty of pace to chase in here, but we'll see if she can handle being on the inside again. The 3 is Sense of Flurry. Joel Burnt has been on an absolute hot streak. He is on a tear along with Lothenbach Stables. They just won race number 4 at 9-1. They look to do so again in here with Sense of Flurry, who didn't win the debut. Similar to Amaretto de Amor, had to settle for 3rd. Was the beaten favorite that day against some very nice horses, including the 2 and the 6, and got bet down to favoritism. But it looks like the bettors have completely hopped off Sense of Flurry. The first-time starter in here goes to Oh Babe, Quincy Hamilton, and Gary Shear, and the workouts have been nothing short of amazing. If Oh Babe can run anything like she's run in the morning, the others may have something to worry about, because 58-2 for Oh Babe has Amaretto de Amor getting a little bit hyped up down here, now cool, calm, and collected. But we'll see if this firster can run anything like her mama, who made $186,000 on the racetrack. The 5 is Honey Bella, the deserving favorite in here at 9-5.5 to some very nice horses around the country, including Belle Tapazir and Face of Winter. Chirinos comes in for Mac Robertson. We'll see if the 2-year-old filly for Extreme Racing Stables can put that undefeated streak on the line. Could not look any better down here in the walking ring. And speaking of looking pretty good, how about Start Singing? Lindy Wade, the guy's been winning everything he hops on. We'll see if he can keep it rolling in here with Tony Ringstorff. We may only be on race number 5. Ringstorff's already looking for the hat trick in here. He's looking for his 3rd winner, and why not with Start Singing? Perfect 1-for-1 at this point, but on the outside, it's speedy enough. Peter Mattson, the homebred, nobody's been hotter, especially with breeding, owning, whatever it is. Mattson's been winning. He won the Minnesota Derby. He won the Minnesota Oaks. And why not on Festival Day pick up right where he left off at 11-1 as the field of 7 goes out for the $100,000 Northern Lights debutante.
Best in the biz, Sir Leonard Dykert brings them onto the track for the Northern Lights debutante. It's the 35th running, and here they are. Number 1 is She's My Warrior, ridden by Alonso Quinones for Pete Matson and Tim Padilla. Tim trains. Number 2 is Amaretto di Amore. Ruben Fuentes rides for Kristen Boyce, Leslie Cummings, and Valerie Lund. Valerie trains. Rye Eccleberry rides number 3, Sense of Flurry, for our leading owners, Lothenbach Stables, and trainer, Joe Burt. Number 4, Oh Babe, debuts. Quincy Hamilton in the irons, for owner Jeff Zlonis and trainer Gary Shearer. The current favorite, Honey Bella, owned by Extreme Racing and trained by Mac Robertson. Roymus Chirinos rides. Our leading pilot, Lindy Wade, handles number 6, Start Singing, for Suzanne Stables and trainer Tony Rengstorff. And number 7 is Pete Matson's Speedy Enough, trained by David Van Winkle. Chad Lindsay rides. The Festival of Champions stakes racing begins here. This is the $100,000 Northern Lights debutante. It's 5 minutes away.
On television monitors and out here on the big screen, you see our 6 o'clock $100 cash drawing winners. Our 5 winners for the 6 o'clock hour are Sharon Taylor of Mankato, Tom Betcher of Prior Lake, Michael Liga of Pigeon Falls, Santashima Narayan of Eden Prairie, and Tony Johnson of St. Paul. If your name's up there or you just heard it, you have 5 minutes to check into the track level information booth to claim your $100 cash prize. Remember, if you haven't swiped yet, we've got 3 kiosks through the building. Make sure you swipe those MVP cards. Get your chance at $100 in any of our upcoming drawings or a Jeep Gladiator coming up a little bit later in the card. Remember, if you don't have your MVP card, all you need is your ID in about 30 seconds. They can get you signed up with a replacement card, and you could win one of our great prizes that we're giving away on Festival of Champions Night.
About 3 minutes to post time. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a Pick 5 carryover tomorrow, beginning with race 5. 4 of 5 is the best payoff from the first Pick 4 today. So the Pick 5 carryover will go to tomorrow.
there's only one firster in this group, and it was Old Babe. I thought Old Babe looked unbelievable in the paddock for a trainer, Gary Shear, who's had plenty of success with horses all around, but especially excels with 2-year-olds and those that are making their first start. And it's a little bit unusual for even a guy like Gary, who has a ton of success with 2-year-olds, to debut them in a stakes race such as this. I feel like there could be talent in Old Babe. Got bet a little bit earlier, now going up in value in here with Babe. And Quincy Hamilton has been red hot as well. 7-1 on the board. Looked unbelievable. You couldn't tell this horse was handling the jockey, the paddock, the people around for the first time. I know they've practiced in the mornings, but not always the same in the afternoons. And Babe could not have handled the paddock any better, but someone who could not have looked any better was Honey Bella. Lightly raced, only one career start, and it was a dazzling debut. Went off at 6-1, which is unusual for Mac Robertson trainings. Usually the word gets out, they go off at 3-5. You think they're going to crush, then they do crush. This one looked like plenty of value at 6-1 for Honey Bella, and the breeding certainly there. The 2-year-old filly by Tapiture and Say Bella was a $30,000 purchase last year and could not have looked any better in the debut, but they all really look good. The only thing I didn't really love is Amaretto D'Amore. Just for a slight second, there was a little bit of hesitation from the filly when Ruben Fuentes was trying to get aboard. However, once Ruben got up, Amaretto D'Amore, cool, calm, and collected, as professional as they get, as this is a very talented group of 2-year-old fillies set to go out for the Northern Lights debutante.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the 35th running of the Northern Lights debutante. Those on track, thank you for coming out. Those of you watching and wagering online, thank you very much for your patronage. This is a $100,000 stakes race, our signature day of racing each and every summer at Canterbury. It is Festival of Champions Day, Minnesotans only. This one was won at Canterbury Downs Year 1, 1987, by Expect the Best. Peter Knoll trained. Dwayne Salvino rode for Distant Water Corporation. The next year, Miss Donna Barton prevailed with Simple Luxury and Almar Farm. The first year of Canterbury Park, 1995. Troy Bethke won the race with Miss Laura Painter riding for Dennis Strokirch and Bob Dainty. That one was Sweetest Doctor. Star of the North, who we will see later, she won it last year. Rush Hour Traffic won it 2 years ago. We'll see her later. The Butzo's First Mate won this in 2017, and we will see her in the next race. Start Singing moves in. Sense of Flurry, one of 2 maidens in the race, moving in. Honey Bella, 4-5. And Speedy Enough and Chad Lindsay, the last in line. Stand by for the 35th running of the Northern Lights debutante. And they're Racing, and all the baby girls came out beautifully. She's My Warrior with terrific speed to the inside at 5-1, and immediately is joined by Honey Bella. Starts singing, begins to rev up to the outside of Sense of Flurry. The Maiden is in third, and about a length and a half clear from the debuting Oh Babe. Then it's Amaretto D'Amore. Mr. Jägermeister's full sister is 9 lengths from the lead, and into the far turn of the 35th debutante. We have 2 traveling in perfect harmony. It's the favored Honey Bella to the outside of She's My Warrior. After that, Sense of Flurry shoved on hard. Oh Babe, 8 out of it. Start Singing is tailed off to last, overtaken by Amaretto D'Amore. And after that, Speedy Enough, and they head for home in the Northern Lights debutante. And this favorite, Honey Bella, cannot get by She's My Warrior. And into the final furlong, She's My Warrior swashbuckling. Honey Bella can only watch her run away, and She's My Warrior is gone. She's My Warrior, the debutante champion. Number 1, She's My Warrior, the debutante champion. 1:5:42, 111.77 was the final time. And the upsets continue at Canterbury. 5 into it, 7-1, 26-1, 9-1, 7-1, and now a 10-20 mutual on She's My Warrior. The excellent selection of our Winner Circle host handicapper, Angela Herman. Nice job, girl. 5-1. Race number 6 is the Princess Elaine Minnesota Distaff Turf Championship for $100,000. This one begins our second pick 5. Once again, a reminder, players, we do have a pick 5 carryover, but it's into tomorrow. Race 5 exacta, $11 and change. Trifecta, $39.10. Another even in third. The superfecta, $30 and change, favored in second. 9-1 double, 38-1. The pick 3 on races 3, 4, and 5, $245 and a nickel. The pick 4, 4 of 4, $8,884. And 4 of 5 in the pick 5 paid $861. $28,000 for the pick 6 carryover tomorrow. $28,000. Into the winner's enclosure, the 2021 Northern Lights debutante champions, She's My Warrior and Alonzo Quinones. She's My Warrior is owned by Pete Matson and Tim Padilla. Tim Padilla is the winning trainer. This filly is a 2-year-old bay daughter of Warrior's Reward out of Garden Gloves. Pete and Tim bred the filly in Minnesota. In the winner's enclosure, a very special guest making the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the Northern Lights debutante. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the best bugler in the country, Canterbury Park bugler Lynn Dykert. Sir Leonard Dykert in the winner's circle, making the trophy presentation to Pete Matson and Tim Padilla. Doesn't get any better than this. Thank you, Lynn. Racing at Canterbury in part is provided by Mystic Lake Casino Hotel. Also Jim Beam, Johnson Brothers, and Quick Trip. One of the winning owners is in the charmed circle with our analyst, B.A.
Pete, you won the debut in glorious fashion here at Canterbury Park. Then you went down to Prairie Meadows. It didn't go the way you wanted, but did you think she got a learning experience down at Prairie?
Oh, absolutely. It was a very tough race, and she was in the outside hole, so she had to travel a long ways, and she wasn't really ready for it. So I think it really helped her get in shape.
Now, the mantle's got to be getting full. You won the Minnesota Oaks. You won the Minnesota Derby. Now you take the Northern Lights debutante. What's this year meant to you?
Oh, it's unbelievable. You couldn't make it up. So hopefully we'll just keep it rolling. You know, it won't last forever, but it's fun while it's here.
Pete Matson enjoying it while it lasts as She's My Warrior, battle-tested down on the inside, goes on with it today to kick off Minnesota Festival of Champions Day.
And they're racing, and all the baby girls came out beautifully. She's My Warrior with terrific speed to the inside at 5-1, and immediately is joined by Honey Bella. Starts singing, begins to rev up to the outside of Sense of Flurry. The Maiden is in third, and about a length and a half clear from the debuting Oh Babe. Then it's Amaretto D'Amore, Mr. Jägermeister's full sister, is 9 lengths from the lead, and into the far turn of the 35th debutante. We have two traveling in perfect harmony. It's the favored Honey Bella to the outside of She's My Warrior. After that, Sense of Flurry shoved on hard. Oh Babe, 8 out of it. Start Singing is tailed off to last, overtaken by Amaretto D'Amore. And after that, Speedy Enough, and they head for home in the Northern Lights debutante. And this favorite, Honey Bella, cannot get by She's My Warrior. And into the final furlong, She's My Warrior swashbuckling. Honey Bella can only watch her run away, and She's My Warrior is gone. She's My Warrior, the debutante champion. This right here, this is First Maiden. She's feisty. Now, she's never won the Princess Elaine. She's owned by Barry and Joni Butzo. She's trained by Valerie Lunn. She's been a Canterbury staple. But one thing she has done is do something not many at Canterbury Park have done. She's beaten Ready to Run Away. Is in deep water, Ready to Run Away attacks inside of that. First Mate firing, First Mate on the move, and Honey Socks appeal. The veteran mare on the outside's trying to beat them all. Ready to Run Away and First Mate. First Mate undefeated on the turf, 2 for 2, yes. It took place last year and on the turf course. First Mate beating Ready to Run Away, who's the probable favorite to become back-to-back Horse of the Year at Canterbury Park. Now they meet in the Princess Elaine for $100 grand on the turf. Maybe First Mate can do it again. Here's the lineup. It's very contentious. Can't wait to call it.
I agree with the video for Paul. I do think First Mate deserves a long look, but for me, the Princess Elaine came down to value. At 9-2, I thought First Mate provided value. 2-1, not so much. This game's all about value, and there's only value if you're putting the winner on top. There's no doubt about it. Ready to Run Away is strictly the horse to beat, but at that morning line, it wasn't the horse to bet. But now things are a little bit different because First Mate, 2-1, taking a surprising amount of action. But there's some others to take a look at. And on a day of long shots, why not Icy Will Burn Ya for Catlin Bedford as she owns and trains. Aurora will ride Icy Will Burn Ya, looking for the second career victory. And why not come in the $100,000 Princess Elaine, 52-1 on your inside runner, Icy Will Burn Ya. The 2 is Rush Hour Traffic. This is the 2-year-old champion and has been as consistent as they come. In 13 starts, has finished in the top 3 11 times, which is made even more impressive considering Rush Hour Traffic is winless this year, but has been picking up pieces. 2 seconds, 2 thirds, lost to Mazana, who is a very nice one as well. We'll see if Rush Hour Traffic can bring one home for the fans of the Grays, because Rush Hour Traffic took on Open Company last time out. Even though this is a stakes race, technically a drop in class, getting back in with Minnesotans for Rush Hour Traffic, but the 3 is Scent of Success. This is a 3-year-old who takes on older, but this 3-year-old means business. The 3-year-old filly was much the best when she dragged Alex Kinchari around the track on June 24th. Then Quincy Hamilton got aboard and was ever so game. The Minnesotan took on Open Company that day, went fast, but stayed on with it. 3-1 on the talented 3-year-old who does take on older. And speaking of talent, Shabam. Shabam has a ton of talent, doesn't always have a lot of racing luck, consistently runs into trouble. They've tried a little bit of Chirinos, Negron, Canchari, Lindy Wade. Now they're going to try their luck with Luis Valenzuela in here for Shabam. But do note, John Mentz owns both Shabam at 16-1 as well as Ready to Run Away. The 6 is all native. Since going on to the turf course, all native has been a completely different animal. Previously, hadn't run as well on the dirt as she really has flourished since moving to the turf, but gets tested for class in here with all native at 11-1. The 7 is Ready to Run Away. There's no doubt about it. This is the claim of a lifetime. $20,000 turned into $400,000 for John Mentz. Ready to Run Away has won 3 in a row. However, they've all come on the dirt. In her 22-race career, she is winless on the turf. She's only tried it once, and she lost to someone who's going to be right next door, and it's Barry and Joni Butzo's First Mate. The 6-year-old by Midshipman has back class galore. Once took on Monomoy Girl in her younger days. I think she should get a great trip. There's enough pace in here to set it up for First Mate, but she's going to have her running shoes on today because Ready to Run Away looks excellent. And on the outside, it's Molly's Angel. In a year that everything has gone Pete Matson's way, We'll see if he can keep it going in here. The classic green silks of Pete Matson with the homebred, the 3-year-old filly taking on older, but Alonzo Quinones, Pete Matson, and Tim Padilla. 2021's been their year. We'll see if they can keep it going in here as a very nice field of 8 go out for the $100,000 Princess Elaine and kick off tonight's Pick 5.
Call to the post brings them onto the track, then a firm turf course for the 28th Princess Elaine. It's the Minnesota Distaff Turf, and here they are. Number 1 is Cat Bedford's Icy Will Burn Ya. Cat is the owner-trainer. Miguel Arroyo rides. Number 2 is Rush Hour Traffic, won the debutante in 2019. Ruben Fuentes rides for Sugarland Thoroughbreds and the trainer, Gary Shearer. Number 3 is Scent of Success with Quincy Hamilton for Joe Novogratz and trainer Mac Robertson. Number 4 is also trained by Mac Robertson. This mare is Shabam. LAV, Luis Valenzuela, astride for owner John Mentz. Number 6 is Bonnie Kane's All Native and Luis Fuentes for trainer Cody Rosine. Number 7 is the reigning Canterbury Park Horse of the Year. She is ready to run away. This mare is ridden by Roy Mascherino for owner John Mentz and trainer Mac Robertson. Number 8 is First Mate. She won the Northern Lights debutante in 2017. The owners, Barry and Joni Butzo, the trainer, Valerie Lund, the rider, Lindy Wade. And number 9 is Molly's Angel and Alonzo Quinones. The owner, Pete Matson, the trainer, Tim Padilla. Those 8 go to the gate for the $100,000 Princess Elaine Minnesota Distaff Turf. The race takes off 5 minutes from now, and it begins a new Pick 5 with a nation low 10% takeout. Pick 5 wagering on races 6 through 10, 5 minutes from now.
Remember, everybody, tonight one lucky guest will be driving away in a new Jeep Gladiator. To be eligible for that Gladiator drawing, as well as the last chance cash giveaway coming up, be sure to register using your MVP rewards card. There's summer of horsepower kiosks located throughout the building, in the valet lobby, the track level grandstand, and near the gift shop, and up on clubhouse level. There's 3 different locations at which you can swipe those MVP cards and get yourself entered for the Jeep Gladiator or our cash drawing coming up at the end of the night. If you don't have an MVP card, make sure that you stop by one of our information booths and get one. All you need is your ID. You can swipe it at one of those after about 30 seconds of registration, and you yourself could drive away in that Jeep Gladiator or go away with a little extra cash just for swiping your MVP card. We're 3 minutes away from that pick 5 anew that Paul Allen described. Brian Aragoni, our track analyst, is kind enough to put together another pick 5 ticket. We'll try to get a winner in this one, and it's an all-stakes pick 5 coming up next.
It's time for the pick 5. Hopefully this one can pay as rewarding as the first one did. No one able to string along 5 winners, but the carryover does not go into the late pick 5. The carryover will go into tomorrow's pick 5, so start handicapping now because this pick 5 could pay juicy as well. It does start with Ready to Run Away. In my opinion, you do one of two things. You either try and single Ready to Run Away, move along, get your single home. There's no doubt she's been very impressive with 3 wins in a row and dominating performances. However, for me, question mark was the turf, and there's some accomplished turf horses in here like the stablemate Incentive Success. Now, I don't love the 3-year-old taking on older. We are late in the year. We're into September now, so that is not as much of a concern, but these are some battle-tested horses. Incentive Success certainly getting tested for class and year, but could not have been more impressive so far this year. While Ready to Run Away, the stablemate, looking for 4 in a row. So is Incentive Success, who's gone up in class, got the maiden breaking score, then took on Allowance, then took on Open Company. So the sky's the limit for the 3, but you've also got First Mate, who could be the class in here, has taken on some very tough customers. And if they do go fast early, we've seen it all day long, whether it was Edgy Reggie or you had Gabriel's Legend in the first race, the pace can collapse. And with the rail set at 0, you can get a ground-saving trip and come from last to first in the blink of an eye, and that's what they'll try to do with First Mate. 3, 7, and 8 for me in race number 6. As we go on to race number 7, 1, 2, 3, and 5. I couldn't separate them between El Tazar, Zoe's Delight, Dame Plata, along with Cinco Star. Cinco Star ran very impressive last time out in the Wally's Choice. All year long, Cinco Star was probably the most impressed I've been by a horse who did not win. Comes back against Zoe's Delight. You've also got Dame Plata, a Minnesotan, who is consistently overlooked in the wagering windows, but has very quietly won 9 races from 23 starts, including a perfect 1-for-1 on the turf. And you've got Paul Allen's top selection in El Tazar, who has been a different animal since moving to the turf course. The single's going to come where many people is, and it's a popular single, but I do think Love the Nest will get the job done. It's hard to trust 2-year-olds, especially 2-year-old colts, but Love the Nest was very professional and could easily be 2 for 2, should get a ton of pace in here. I think Xavier Dave, along with Dr. Oscar, are going to go very fast. Love the Nest should time it right. We'll see if we can get a middle-of-the-pack move from Love the Nest for the single in race number 8. As we go on to race number 9, 1, 3, 5, and 6 in here. Why not with Peter Madsen at 6-1 and Astronaut Oscar, a horse who has a ton of speed, not afraid to be down on the inside, ran very well on the inside last time out. And everything Peter Madsen is sending to the track is running well. 1, 3, 5, and 6. If Jägermeister's back on his game today, they all could be running for second. But we'll take a look. Maybe the Alligator Hunter jumps up, or Fireman Oscar. The Oscar's going to try and take down the champ in Mr. Jägermeister as we go on to the last and final in race number 10. The Minnesota Distaff Sprint Championship, as the girls will take to the track 6 furlongs in here. Clickbait has been entered numerous times. There's been numerous races. They had Clickbait in the entry box ready to go. They've missed those races. Hasn't been seen since July 14th. Now all of a sudden you've got Defend the Rose, the stablemate, with Lindy Wade going turf to dirt, who had a very troubled trip last time out, as well as grand prize for Lothenbach, Joel Byrne, and Israel Hernandez. You've got some horses with turf experience moving to the dirt and a favorite down on the inside We're going to go 1, 3, and 4 in the last for $72. It's the Maker's Mark. It's 10%, the lowest takeout in the country. Less money taken out, more money returned. No one able to hit the early pick 5. We'll see if anyone can navigate the late, as 5 stakes races and all stakes pick 5 coming up next.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we remind you the first pick 5 with a carryover of 28 grand and change carries to tomorrow, beginning race 5. And the horses are approaching the starting gate for the Princess Elaine. The fillies and mares are arriving at the gate, and it is post time for the $100,000 Princess Elaine Minnesota Distaff Turf Championship. This is the 28th running. Canterbury Hall of Famer Northbound Pride won this race for trainer Burrow McBride in 1992 for the Northbound Pride Partners and HOF Scott Stevens. Alonzo Quinones' older brother, Louis Q, won it 2 years in a row, 95 and 96, Yet the Best and Shabana. Michelle Sin and Ted Latour were the trainers. Jockey Chad Anderson won this race in 97 and 98 for Bun Colvin with the great Plan a Dance. Clickbait won it last year. We'll see her later. First Mate, the Northern Lights debutante champion in 2017, beat Ready to Run Away on the turf a year ago. And Molly's Angel, the owner, trainer, and rider already have a Festival Stakes win.
in the front. You're locked.
And they're racing in the 28th Princess Elaine. And on this beautiful turf course, they all stride away fairly. And Rush Hour Traffic and Ruben Fuentes, they want the lead and they grab it on an upset-laden Wednesday. This one is 5-1, and this one is going very, very quickly. Scent of Success and Quincy Hamilton, 2.5 lengths behind the tearaway leader, Rush Hour Traffic. And Scent of Success is about 3, maybe 4 lengths clear from Icy Will Burn Ya to the inside of Ready to Runaway, looking for her first turf victory. After that, First Mate, 8 out of it, advancing to the outside of Bam. Then it's Molly's Angel, and the one in last is All Native, about 13 lengths from the lead. Up the barn side they stroll for $100,000 in the 28th Princess Elaine, and Rush Hour Traffic, fully committed to go wire to wire, still leads it by 1 from Scent of Success on the prow. That lead is nearly 2 as Rush Hour Traffic continues to zing into the far turn. After that, we have Ready to Runaway being niggled at a bit to the inside of Molly's Angel. Behind them is First Mate, 4 lengths out of it, 1.5 lengths clear from Shabam. Then we come to All Native and Icy Will Burn Ya, and here they come spinning out of the turn. It is Rush Hour Traffic trying to hold on and pull an upset wire to wire. Outside of that is Molly's Angel, Ready to Runaway to win 4 in a row, has to do a lot more. Likewise for First Mate. Then we come to Shabam. They're into the final 150. Rush Hour Traffic, Ready to Runaway, can't get her. Rush Hour Traffic has gone wire to wire and is the Princess Elaine champion. Number 2, Rush Hour Traffic first. Photography for the rest. Princess Elaine, official. Superfecta 43 and change. The double from the debutante 33.80. Pick 3, 264. Another big pick 3. 2-7 exacta, $27.40. The 7th race is the $100,000 Blair's Cove Minnesota Turf Championship. No scratches, no rider changes to race 7. And post time about 7 o'clock. This was the 28th running of the Princess Elaine, and that final time of 141.40, the fastest in the history of the race. Entering the Mystic Lake Winners Enclosure, the Princess Elaine champions Rush Hour Traffic and Ruben Fuentes. The winning owners, Sugarland Thoroughbreds, and winning this race for the third time in his career, trainer Gary Shearer. He won for the late Cam Casby in 2007 with Mahome Cat, and also in 2009 for Miss Casby with Minnesota Mafia. Rush Hour Traffic is a 4-year-old gray filly by Cross Traffic out of Dana's Lucky Lady. Bred in Minnesota by the winning owners, Sugarland Thoroughbred. Canterbury Park president Randall Sampson is in the winner's circle, making the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the $100,000 Princess Elaine. We welcome to the charmed circle our boss, Mr. Randall Sampson. No claims. Down to the winner's circle, here's Brian Aragoni.
Gary Shearer wins this race for the third time. Was the instructions in the plan to go to the lead?
No, but she's too strong. She's a strong filly. It's hard to relax, I'll put it this way. So once she broke good, he was committed to just stay where he was at. So it worked out well.
Rush Hour Traffic, ran great. Won the Northern Lights. Debutante wins today, but this race has meant a lot to you. You won the race 2 times previously with Miss Cam Casby. What's it like to win today?
Oh, it's great. It's good for Drew. Cam was great because Cam had always had turf horses, turf and long, and it was great. She loved Minnesota. And so, yeah, I like Rush Hour Traffic, though. Hardly ever worse than third. Give us some love sometime.
That's right. Rush Hour Traffic knocking on the door in the last 5 starts. She knocks it down today as Rush Hour Traffic and Gary Shearer win this race for the third time.
And they're racing in the 28th Princess Elaine. And on this beautiful turf course, they all stride away fairly. And Rush Hour Traffic and Ruben Fuentes, they want the lead and they grab it on an upset-laden Wednesday. This one is 5-1, and this one is going very, very quickly. Scent of Success and Quincy Hamilton, 2.5 lengths behind the tearaway leader, Rush Hour Traffic. And Scent of Success is about 3, maybe 4 lengths clear from Icy Will Burn Ya to the inside of Ready to Run Away, looking for her first turf victory. After that, First Mate, 8 out of it, advancing to the outside of Shabbat. Shabam. Then it's Molly's Angel, and the one in last is All Native, about 13 lengths from the lead. Up the barn side they stroll for $100 grand in the 28th Princess Elaine, and Rush Hour Traffic, fully committed to go wire to wire, still leads it by 1 from Scent of Success on the prowl. That lead is nearly 2 as Rush Hour Traffic continues to zing into the far turn. After that, we have Ready to Run Away, being niggled at a bit to the inside of Molly's Angel. Behind them is First Mate, 4 lengths out of it, a length and a half clear from Shabam. Then we come to All Native and Icy Will Burn Ya, and here they come spinning out of the turn. It is Rush Hour Traffic trying to hold on and pull an upset wire to wire. Outside of that is Molly's Angel, Ready to Run Away to win 4 in a row, has to do a lot more. Likewise for First Mate. Then we come to Shabam. They're into the final 150. Rush Hour Traffic, Ready to Run Away, can't get her. Rush Hour Traffic has gone wire to wire and is the Princess Elaine champion. We're outside of the Dean Coots Memorial Chapel here at Canterbury Park. You know, we have a chapel on our backside. And in the Blair's Cove Race 7 Wednesday Festival of Champions, we begin at 4 o'clock. If you think you're going to beat El Tazar in the Blair's Cove, you better get on your knees and pray and start right now. Here he is winning earlier this season at Canterbury and doing it in wire-to-wire fashion. He's very fast, he's very talented, and he also might be juicy at around 4-1 with HOF Dean Butler on his back. I'm making a $25 win bet on number 1 El Tazar in this race. The Blair's Cove Cinco Star is going to be tough to beat. I'll take my chances with El Tazar. Maybe he has a prayer.
Paul said a lot of truthful things in that video about El Tazar, but one thing I know that wasn't the truth, that he's only betting $25. I believe he likes El Tazar a lot more than the $25 win bet that he mentioned in the video, because he's been talking all week long about El Tazar. He's got HOF in the saddle, can go to the lead or sit off the pace, but right now, pace makes the race like we saw with rush hour traffic, and the pace could go through El Tazar. Since moving to the turf course, this 5-year-old by Uncle Mole has become a completely different animal and has been consistent as they come on the turf. In 7 starts on the turf, 4 victories, 2 second-place finishes. You've got the Hall of Fame rider, Dean Butler, for the red hot Tony Ringstorff, who's already got multiple victories on the card. El Tazar looks like the real deal down here in the paddock. But speaking of looking good, the stablemate Zoe's Delight looked awfully good in winning the $50,000 Wally's Choice. Went turf to dirt that day. They'll actually go back to the turf in here, where Zoe's Delight has knocked on the door but yet to break it down. 2 starts, a second and a third. We'll see if Zoe's Delight can translate that success from the Wally's Choice to the $100,000 Blair's Cove in here at 6-1 as the stablemates draw down on the inside. The 3 is Dame Plata, Rye Echoberry, and Hall of Fame trainer Francisco Bravo. And here the 5-year-old by Cross Traffic. A perfect 1-for-1 on the turf in a race where many of them have huge turf resumes. Dame Plata has tried it once and with a perfect 1 win. It was against Open Company for the Minnesotan, track just off the pace and finished with a very nice closing kick, beating Great Blake along with Mr. Banjo Man as well. So we know the Big Gray can handle the turf. We'll see if Rye Echoberry can time it right with Dame Plata, who is juicy on the board at 11-1. Gary Shear going for 2 in a row. He got his win with rush hour traffic. He looks for another one in here, donning the classic silks of the All-Wallings with Tuco Bay, who has 2 victories from 12 starts on the turf. Likes to pick up paychecks, not always the winning kind. We'll see if that can reverse that trend today with Tuco Bay. But the 5 is Cinco Star. The most impressed I've been by a horse who didn't win came with Cinco Star in the Wally's Choice. Was ever so game, put away the other speed, and just kept going, but got run down by Zoe's Delight. 4 for 4 in the exact on the turf. We'll see if they can get it done in here. The long shot, Tri-Spot. They're going to need to go awfully fast in here for Tri-Spot to pick up a piece. Certainly gets tested for class. The 7 and the 8, Devil Vision, another horse who's really figured things out on this turf course. 10-1, Kelsey Haar, Clinton Stewart. Kelsey's already got a win from post number 7 on the turf. And on the outside, KG on K-Fan. He tells me that Big Falcon Rocket can get a big piece in here at a big price. 40-1 on the 8 markers. The field of 8 goes to the gate. 1.16 to settle it. 8 of them will go to the gate. 1 of them will return the Blair's Cove champion.
Call to the post brings them onto the track and then to the firm turf course for the 27th Blair's Cove. It's the Minnesota Turf Championship for $100K, and number 1 is El Tazar, ridden by Dean Butler for Suzanne Stables and trainer Tony Ringstorff. Tony also has number 2, Zoe's Delight, Ruben Fuentes the rider for Winchester Place Thoroughbreds. Number 3, Dame Plata, owned by Ann Sachdev and Lori Bravo. The trainer, Francisco Bravo. The rider, Rye Eccleberry. Lindy Wade rides number 4, Tuco Bay, for Al and Bill Allwelling and trainer Gary Shearer. And number 5, Cinco Star, owned by John Mentz, the trainer, Mac Robertson, the rider, Roy Mascherino's. Number 6 is Lee Backhouse's Tri-Spot, trained by Lexan Backhouse. Tri-Spot is ridden by Quincy Hamilton. Kelsey Haar is astride number 7, Devil Vision, for Todd Lieber and trainer Clint Stewart. The 8, Big Falcon Rocket and Luis Valenzuela. Thumbs Up Gang trains Miguel Angel Silva and co-owns with Hidden Creek Farm. Those 8 go to the gate for the 27th running of the Blair's Cove.
Take a look at television monitors or out here on the big screen for our 7 o'clock $100 cash drawing winners. Our 5 winners for 7 p.m. are Tangi Lynn of New Brighton, Nancy Rude of Redfield, Patrick Nicolai of Marshfield, Anthony Dunn of Minneapolis, and Linda Johnson of Lake Wilson. If you heard your name or you see it on screen, you have 5 minutes to claim your $100 prize. Head to the track level information booth and get your $100 in cash. If you have not got your MVP card yet and swiped it, you better do so. Head to that track level info booth or the clubhouse level info booth. They'll get you set up with a brand new card, and you could win some cash or even a Jeep Gladiator coming up a little bit later in our night. It is late pick 4 time here in race number 7. It starts with the Blair's Cove, and it just has a lot of classy animals from start to finish. We had an all-stakes pick 5. Now we follow it up with an all-stakes pick 4, which starts on the turf, going 1 1/16 miles here in the Blair's Cove. You saw Cinco Star open up with all of the money, and he has remained your heavy favorite throughout, with good reason. It's a very classy runner, and I did have to use him. I mean, I can't find a way around using Cinco Star. You should get a very good trip just off Altazar to the inside, but I was interested in Zoe's Delight. Zoe's Delight actually ran down Cinco Star last time in the Wally's Choice. It was on the main track. This horse does have a very versatile pedigree, and he has run well enough on the turf and seems to be in good enough form where perhaps he could pull back-to-back upsets, and right now you get 7-1, and it is 1 1/16 miles. I thought that was maybe a factor that leveled the playing field between these two a little bit more. I would have loved Cinco Star and probably singled him if it was 7.5 or a mile, but that extra 1/16 of a mile really did seem to help Zoe's Delight, and his versatile running style made him worthy of putting on the ticket right along with your favorite. I went 2 and 6 in race number 8. That's the Northern Lights Futurity. We'll see some of our future stars in there, and those actually don't look like my numbers. I'm afraid I used 5 and 6 in there, not 2 and 6. I might have mistyped that, but Love the Nest was one that I used in there. 5 and 6 were the 2 that I used in Northern Lights Futurity. Love the Nest is going to be probably a heavy favorite, but Ben's Malice provides some upside as he ran a distant second behind Love the Nest in that last time that they met up. Now, since then, they've gone different directions. Love the Nest has been on the sidelines, but he's been working out fine. Ben's Malice went to the turf, but Ben's Malice represents those connections, like we said, that had an excellent Maiden Minnesota day and that already have a winner on the card tonight in upset fashion. Ben's Malice is a big dude. I mean, he's probably going to be very formidable down the line at a distance of ground on no matter what surface it is, but if things get very tangled up front and if Love the Nest somehow finds himself in a deep pace duel, maybe this one has a chance to run him down. Ben's Malice just ran so well on the turf and certainly will have the energy coming home. It's just a matter of whether he could catch Love the Nest. Now moving on to race number 9, a very contentious Croc Rock Sprint Championship. I used horses with some different tactics to them. I thought the Alligator Hunter might be able to come from off the pace. He was my top choice in race number 9 as he comes out of 2 route races. He again represents Madsen Padilla, Alonso Quinones. He's crossed the line in front his last 5 races. He did get DQ'd out of that second to last one because he's gotten a little bit erratic in the stretch, so they'll put blinkers on him. That should help the case, as should the cutback. This horse will probably have plenty of pace to run at. If he's out wide on the track and he takes a right, nobody to run into. I thought that this horse would have a very good setup. I ended up with him on top, as the 3-year-olds of this Minnesota bred crop have been very effective against their elders, and this one could probably follow suit with yet another win. We saw like Hell of the North earlier in the year. This horse come back and beat their Minnesota bred elders, so I'm on the Alligator Hunter in the Sprint Championship, and right along with a lot of people, I'm going to try Clickbait to try to end the winning streak of Star of the North. She was second last time in the Minnesota Oaks. That was the first time she had lost in quite some time, but I'm talking the sprinting streak for one Star of the North. She was ultra rock solid sprinting, both down in Texas and when she came up here to Canterbury Park. If you just don't think that she's a natural 2-turn horse, she's very formidable. But Clickbait, coming out of the Minnesota Turf Distaff, which came off the grass, is going to give her all she can handle. These two should put on a good stretch duel, despite it just being a 3-horse race now. I ended up going with Clickbait, though, just maybe with this one having a little bit more freshness to her. Star of the North has had a long 2021 thus far. Clickbait, not quite as many races. That was the slight edge that I gave to the inside runner. That'll cost you $6. If you wanted to add Star of the North, wouldn't blame you, but that'll double the ticket for a horse that should be probably in the same neighborhood price-wise on the board. She would make plenty of sense. I won't talk you out of it, but I just tried to keep it reasonable. Maybe play it a couple of times if you want. That's the pick 4 that starts in here. Your other betting options include exactas, tries, supers, pick 3s, and doubles. You got 1 minute to put them in, though. They are going to head to the turf very shortly for the Blair's Cove. Once again, our 7 p.m. $100 drawing winners: Tianji Lin of New Brighton, Nancy Rude of Redfield, Patrick Nicolai of Marshfield, Anthony Dunn of Minneapolis, and Linda Johnson of Lake Wilson. You have 5 minutes to check in at the track level information booth. You might be betting or something like that. Quick, as soon as you can, head over to the track level information booth and claim your $100 prize.
Ladies and gentlemen, a quick reminder following today: just 4 days remain this 2021 Canterbury season. We race tomorrow at 5, next Tuesday and Wednesday at 5, and closing day, a week from tomorrow, we begin at 4. Learn more at canterburypark.com. They've reached the starting gate, and it's post time for the 27th Blair's Cove. This is the Minnesota Turf Championship on Festival Day. Northern Engine won it when we opened in '95. The winning trainer, the late, great Richie Shear, Paula Bacon Road. DVW, David Van Winkle, went back-to-back the next 2 years with Just for a Trucker, a former Horse of the Year here at Canterbury. The only three-time winner in this race, AP is Loose, inducted into the Canterbury Hall of Fame this year, owned by Joel Zamzow, trained by Mac Robertson. Our Hall of Fame trainer has won 10 of the last 13 Blair's Coves. Big Falcon Rocket and LAV last in line. Cinco Star favored every click of the way. Big Falcon Rocket for the thumbs up gang goes in. Here's the Blair's Cove. And they're racing in the $100,000 Blair's Cove, and Dean Butler puts El Tazar right on the lead and puts two on the field. El Tazar speedy out of the gate. The bookender Big Falcon Rocket settles into second. Behind them, the favored Cinco Star. Then we come to Tuco Bay with 1 lap to go. Tuco Bay is about 4 or 5 lengths from the lead, and Deme Plata undefeated on the turf, 5 lengths out of it to the inside of Tuco Bay. Then it's a conspicuous split of 5, maybe 6 to Zoe's Delight. After that, behind that one is Tri-Spot, trying to win for the first time in 2 years. And in last is Devil Vision. Around the corner they go, and El Tazar fully committed and going quickly. HOF has El Tazar throttled down. The lead is a half. Big Falcon Rocket to the outside. Cinco Star poised to the inside. Tuco Bay edges up to the outside of the favorite, who now fully is in a box with a half mile to go. Deme Plata 4 lengths from it. That's the gray. 2.5, 3 clear from Zoe's Delight. Then it's a big gap back to Tri-Spot, and Devil Vision is running on from 15 out. El Tazar and Cinco Star rolls up to the outside, but El Tazar turns away Cinco Star initially, and now Cinco Star is going to give this one a try again. And now they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch in the 27th Blair's Cove. It is El Tazar and Cinco Star. 5 to the good of Big Falcon Rocket and Zoe's Delight. Here's Cinco Star attacking El Tazar. Cinco Star, El Tazar. Cinco Star is the star in the Blair's Cove. Number 5, Cinco Star, first. The first favorite to win through the first 7 races. 5-1-2-7 in the Blair's Cove. That final time of 140.37, the fastest Blair's Cove time in the history of the race. The Blair's Cove is official. Today's 8th race is the 37th Northern Lights Futurity for $100,000. No scratches, no rider changes. Post time 22 minutes from now. We have 3 names for the Jeep contest and winners of $100. If you hear your name announced, please head to the first floor information center immediately. Once again, if you hear your name, first floor info, you have won $100. Kimberly Baker of Savage, Carrie Furlong of Hastings, Mark Klein of St. Joseph. Kimberly Baker, Carrie Furlong, Mark Klein, first floor info. Second stakes race victory this spring-summer for Cinco Star. Nearly was 4, losing by 3/4 to Zoe's Delight in the Wally's Choice, and by a desperate nose in the Mystic Lake Mile. With this victory, Cinco Star's earnings approach $400,000 from 27 races. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to the winner's circle our Chief Financial Officer, Randy Damer, who is presenting the trophy to the winners of the Blair's Cove Minnesota Turf Championship. Welcome to the winner's circle, Randy. Racing at Canterbury is provided in part by the Minnesota Lottery. And entering the winner's enclosure, it is Cinco Star and Roymus Chirinos. Cinco Star is owned by John Mentz, the winning trainer, Mac Robertson. Mac has won this race 11 of the last 14 times. Cinco Star is a 6-year-old son of 3-Hour Nap out of 5-Star Swank. Mr. Mentz, John Mentz, bred Cinco Star in Minnesota. The winning owner and breeder of Cinco Star is in the winner's enclosure with B.A.
You've been an owner for a long time, excelled with horses that you've bought at the sale, whether it's a claiming game, but I haven't seen a ton that you actually bred. How special is it to see a horse from the foaling process to the winner's circle on big days?
Oh, it's super fun. The mare's been great. She's had some very good horses for us. She had a few in Illinois that we bred, and they were very good. And then we moved her to Minnesota, and Cinco Star's kind of been the cream of the crop for that. But it's fun to win a race anyway. Claiming, breeding, whatever goes on. So always great.
And Cinco Star runs his race every time, whether it's the dirt, the mud, the turf, anything. He won the sprint last year on the dirt. What made you guys decide to try the turf this year?
Well, he's been great on the turf. So, I mean, his best numbers are on the turf. We couldn't get him to go on the turf because of the rain before, but certainly thought this was the race for him this year, no doubt.
Cinco Star dominates in the Blair's Cove as they kick off tonight's Pick 4. The Northern Lights Futurity coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, a rider change in the upcoming 8th race being announced for the first time. Here in the 8th, number 2, Xavi Dave, will be ridden by Roymus Chirinos. Chirinos picks up number 2 here in the 8th race. And they're racing in the $100,000 Blair's Cove, and Dean Butler puts Eltazar right on the lead and puts 2 on the field. Eltazar speedy out of the gate. The bookender Big Falcon Rocket settles into second. Behind them, the favored Cinco Star. Then we come to Tuco Bay with 1 lap to go. Tuco Bay is about 4 or 5 lengths from the lead, and Deme Plata undefeated on the turf, 5 lengths out of it to the inside of Tuco Bay. Then it's a conspicuous split of 5, maybe 6 to Zoe's Delight. After that, behind that one is Tri-Spot trying to win for the first time in 2 years. And in last is Devil Vision. Around the corner they go, and Eltazar fully committed and going quickly. HOF has Eltazar throttled down. The lead is a half. Big Falcon Rocket to the outside. Cinco Star poised to the inside. Tuco Bay edges up to the outside of the favorite, who now fully is in a box with a half-mile to go. Deme Plata 4 lengths from it. That's the gray. 2.5, 3 clear from Zoe's Delight. Then it's a big gap back to Tri-Spot, and Devil Vision is running on from 15 out. Eltazar and Cinco Star rolls up to the outside, but Eltazar turns away Cinco Star initially, and now Cinco Star is going to give this one a try again. And now they come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch in the 27th Blair's Cove. It is Eltazar and Cinco Star. 5 to the good of Big Falcon Rocket and Zoe's Delight. Here's Cinco Star attacking Eltazar. Cinco Star, Eltazar. Cinco Star is the star in the Blair's Cove. Coming up next, the $100,000 Northern Lights Futurity. Welcome to the Dark Star Press Box. Heavy favorite in here, it's Love the Nest. This guy was super impressive when he won last time. In his debut, he lost to Dr. Oscar number 3. Love the Nest had immense trouble in his debut, made up for it in this race. He has a stablemate in here, too, named Overseas Letter, who's looking to stay undefeated. But B.A., Brian Aragoni, Love the Nest, absolutely the one to beat. Nothing but upsets today until the last race. Maybe the favorites take off now.
Yeah, I mean, Cinco Star got the job done there on the turf, but so far through Festival of Champions Day, and we see it time after time, horses are pointed to this race, so not many of them win their prep. Now, the good ones can win their prep and win the stakes races, but here in Festival of Champions Day, we consistently see long shot prices come home to score. You saw it on the undercard. No one able to hit our pick 5 because a bunch of prices. Now, Cinco Star was the first favorite of the night, but it took us this late in the night. The sun has set, and we just had our first favorite. Now, Love the Nest. Many people, including myself, believe Love the Nest is the real deal. But you've got lightly raced horses, each and every horse going to the gate today, continuing to improve not only physically, but also mentally. So there is a lot that can happen in this race, and we've seen it all day long. A field of 10 of them will go to the gate. You've got 2-year-olds, many of them running under the lights for the first time as the sun's starting to set here at Canterbury Park. But we're going to see who gets the job done in here, and it could be Overseas Letter for Highlander LLP. You get the Hall of Fame rider Dean Butler, Joel Byrne. He sends out multiple horses in this race. I thought Overseas Letter was very professional. Broke from the inside, was pinned down on the inside. Bailout Keela actually took the lead, got the lead by a length, and then Overseas Letter had plenty left in the tank and won going away. Was bet down to 6-5 that day, 20-1 on the good-looking Overseas Letter, who looks plenty classy down here. The 2-year-old by Shanghai Bobby, the neck bowed, looks excellent for Overseas Letter. And speaking of look good, Xavier Dave right next door. Do note, rider change, Hamilton off, Chirinos on for Xavier Dave. This is a half to hot shot kid who we'll see today as well. Mac Robertson looking for 2 in a row. The homebred in here for Warren Brush are hopeful that Xavier Dave can be anywhere near as good as Hot Shot Kid is. 10-1, certainly a value player in here. The 3 is Dr. Oscar, the 2-year-old colt by Shackelford. Looks impeccable. The coat just glistening. The Hall of Fame trainer David Van Winkle and his staff has Dr. Oscar turned out like the real deal. This 2-year-old all dappled out. You wouldn't know he was 2 if he was on the backside walking around the barn. 4-1 on Dr. Oscar. Very similar to a horse for Peter Madsen we saw earlier tonight. Go down to Prairie. Didn't get the money there. Come back home against Minnesotans. We'll see if that plan will work with Dr. Oscar. The 4 is St. Charles. Alex Conchari gets the mountain here for Chris Richard. This one was entered to run 8:15. Didn't run that day. Then popped the gate. Didn't pop and stop was the play for St. Charles. We'll see if they can be a pace factor in here at a big price, but looking good. Love the Nest. 1-5, not necessarily a win wager at that skinny price, but Love the Nest. If you think favorites need to look good as well and you're not here locally, you're on the simulcast feed, trust me when I say Love the Nest looks to be the real deal. We'll find out 9 minutes from now if he is. The 6 is Ben's Malice. We've seen all season long horses going from the turf to the dirt can jump up in big ways. Ben's Malice went to the turf, jumped up. He's got a long stride. When he extends his legs, this 2-year-old by Palace Malice can really make up a lot of ground fast. We'll see if Ben's Malice can get that late rolling style and run him down late. The 7 is Happy Hour Bobby. Izzy Hernandez and Bernal Roan got the maiden breaking score last time out. Now 20-1 on Happy Hour Bobby. The 8 is North Arm Bay. 2 tough luck seconds. Now they're looking to get the maiden breaking score in the Northern Lights Futurity. And on the outside, it's the 9 and the 10. Jax Willie for Kerry Raven, Carlo Lopez. They shipped down for the Prairie Gold Cup Juvenile. Ran 10th that day, but they lose the rider. Dean Butler off, Lopez on as Butler rides the 1. And on the outside, the first-time starter, Mark of Valor for Valerie Lund with her guy Ruben Fuentes. Been working out consistently in the morning. We'll see if it pays off in the afternoon. At 44-1, is Love the Nest the real deal? We're set to find out 7 minutes from now.
Our bugler, Glenn Miller, getting rid of his clarinet and bringing out the trumpet to bring the horses on the track for the Northern Lights Futurity. Number 1 is Overseas Letter, ridden by Dean Butler for Highlander LLP and trainer Joel Burnt. Number 2 is Zavy Dave, owned by Warren Bush and trained by Mac Robertson. Roymus Chirinos is the rider. Chad Lindsay is in the irons for number 3, Dr. Oscar, owned by Pete Matson, the trainer, David Van Winkle. Chris Richard starts number 4, St. Charles, for Cheryl Sprick and Richard Bramer. Alex Conchari rides. Ry Eckleberry guides number 5, Love the Nest, for Bob Lothenbach and trainer Joel Burnt. David Van Winkle trains number 6, Ben's Malice, for Pete Matson and the rider Alonzo Quinones. Israel Hernandez rides number 7, Happy Hour Bobby, for Bob Lindgren and the trainer Bernal Roan. Troy Bethke trains number 8, North Arm Bay, for Miss Karen Offerman. In the irons, Lindy Wade. Number 9, Jax Willie and Carlo Lopez. The owners, Rock Ruland and Carrie Raven. Miss Raven trains. Number 10, Mark of Valor, makes his debut in the Northern Lights Futurity. Ruben Fuentes rides for Kristen Boyce and Valerie Lund. Valerie is the trainer. Those 10 head to the gate for the 37th running of the Northern Lights Futurity and a $100,000 purse.
This is your last reminder. You have limited time to win that Jeep Gladiator. We'll be drawing the names at 8 o'clock, which will be eligible to win that beautiful vehicle. You could be one of the 5 if you get your MVP card now and swipe it at any of the designated kiosks. Remember, they're over by the Card Club, down by the first level information booth and gift shop, and up on Clubhouse level. Get that MVP card, swipe it, and make sure you activate all of your tier credits that you've earned over the summer to win that lovely vehicle on the track. Remember, after we do that drawing, you will have to swipe your card again to reactivate yourself for the cash drawings later on tonight. If you would like to get involved in those, remember, you do have to swipe your card again to be eligible for all of those cash drawings that we're going to be having later on tonight. We have 3 minutes to post for the Northern Lights Futurity. Your 1 to 5 favorite is Love the Nest. In addition to pick threes, you can do doubles, exactas tries, and 10-cent supers. They'll be at the gate shortly.
Love the Nest on the board at 2-5. That's hard to endorse for a win wager. A couple of horses I thought in the paddock and on the track look very nice is actually the other Joel Burnt horse down on the inside as Dean Butler hopped off another horse to ride this horse. Overseas Letter being overlooked at this point. 20-1 right now on the board. Love the Nest, too skinny at 2-5. But your inside three runners all looked very nice in the paddock. Overseas Letter along with Dr. Oscar, who was completely dappled out, currently on the board as a value player in here at 4-1, and a horse that has very similar pattern to Pete Matson's other horse who won earlier today. There's a lot more value out here than just Love the Nest. Xavier Dave goes out for Mac Robertson. Chirinos is on. Mac Robertson just won with Cinco Star and Chirinos. Xavier Dave looked excellent as well. A perfect 1-for-1. And when they win by 5 lengths in their debut, you don't know how empty that tank was or how full that tank still was. They have not gotten to the bottom of Xavier Dave yet, but I could not get past how well Overseas Letter had turned out. This is a horse who was passed in the debut by Bale Kila and then just continued to ran his race and could not have looked any better on the board at 20-1. Based on the looks, these 2-year-olds all handling the lights, the people, the action, and the attention very nicely down here as Love the Nest continuing to drift up at 3-5. The talent's been there for Love the Nest. However, in races like we've seen all day long, Festival of Champions has a tendency to bring out the best in not only the people, the breeders, the trainers, but also the horses as well. And we are set to find out who's going to be the champion of the Northern Lights Futurity as we're just about post time for the big money.
The 2-year-old boys are arriving at the starting gate, and it is now post time for the Northern Lights Futurity. A $100,000 race for 2-year-olds. 37th running in 85 at Canterbury Downs. Max McGee's Cherokee Prince won the first Northern Lights Futurity for trainer Penny Lewis. The great Mike Smith was aboard the second winner for Dakota Partners, Dakota Slew. In 95, when we reopened, Scott Stevens rode Town Clown for Darwin Olson and trainer Wilson Brown to victory. Webster pulled an upset the next year for the late, great Kurt Sampson. Sneaky Diversion won it last year. Several horses racing today have won this race in the past, like De May Plata, 2018, Mr. Jägermeister, 2017, and Fireman Oscar in 2016. Who's the next Northern Lights Futurity champion? The win wagering public predicts Love the Nest, 1-2, Dr. Oscar beat him when they met. He's 2.5 to 1. St. Charles, a long shot maiden, goes in. Overseas Letter shares a barn with Love the Nest. That's number 1, looking to stay undefeated at 2 for 2. Here's Love the Nest. Super impressive in victory. Most recently, in his first start, had a load of trouble. Couldn't overcome it. Mark of Valor debuts. Stand by for the 2021 Northern Lights Futurity. And they're racing, and all the 2-year-olds came out beautifully for 100K. And on the lead is Happy Hour Bobby. St. Charles has good speed to the inside, and Love the Nest made the start, and Love the Nest is right up on the lead. After that, we come back to Dr. Oscar, a good 4 behind, a 3-headed pace battle that is rather breakneck. Zavy Dave rolls into 5th, 8-9 lengths out of it. Outside of that one is Jack's Willie, and Jack's Willie now has been overtaken by North Arm Bay inside of that Overseas Letter, and way out of it is Ben's Malice, second last. The one that is tailed off is that firster, Mark of Valor, and with a 1/4 of a mile to go in the Northern Light Futurity, Love the Nest, niggled at, leads it by 1. Love the Nest continues to plug away as they head for home. It is Love the Nest leading it, and leading it from Dr. Oscar, and they are a mile clear of the rest of the field with Zavy Dave closing fast, but nobody's beating Love the Nest. This is a superstar on the rise. It's Love the Nest, the Northern Lights Futurity champion. Number 5, Love the Nest, ran first. Tight photo for second. Final time, 110.27. The numbers 5, leading rider 3, 2. And the Northern Lights Futurity is official. 50-50 for the exacta. The trifecta paid $75, 3 to 5 shot on top. Pick 3, $14 and change. 5's wild in the double, paid nearly $3. We come now to the 9th race, the Croc Rock Minnesota Sprint Championship. Scratch number 2, got even smarter. Race number 9, about 20 minutes from now. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up very soon on television monitors or the big screen in the infield, the 5 qualifying names for the Jeep we are giving away. So stand by for that. They will be on TV monitors relatively soon. A very, very talented Minnesotan purchased at the 2020 Keeneland September sale. It is Love the Nest and Rye Eckleberry. Bob Lothenbach and Lothenbach Stables, the winning owners. Pete Matson bred the horse in Minnesota, and the winning trainer, Joe Burnt. Love the Nest is a 2-year-old son of Blame, and Congrats and Roses. We thank Apple Autos for 2021 sponsorship. In the winner's enclosure, Canterbury President Randy Sampson making the trophy presentation to Mr. Lothenbach and the winning connections of the Northern Lights Futurity. Joe Burnt is the winning trainer of the Northern Lights Futurity. He handles Love the Nest, and he's with BA.
Joel, you've been high on this horse for a long time. Troubled trip in the debut, got the maiden breaking score last time. How good does it feel to get this one home?
Feels real good. We thought he had talent from the beginning, and we thought he'd win his first out, and just was a little unlucky going 4.5. He made amends in the next race, and this is the race we were waiting for.
Was there ever any concern? You know, they were going quick. They went sub 22. Then you saw 44 and 4. He was in between horses, and he really leveled out nicely.
He did. When he broke so clean, I was very confident. And then turning for home, I saw Oscar come on the outside, and I thought it'd be a horse race because that's the horse that beat him in the maiden race. So very happy he kept on, and it looks like he can go a little further.
Where next?
We'll talk about that, but maybe just put him away and have a good minbred for next year.
I don't believe Joel Burnt, but Where's the Nest comes home to score and does it in very impressive fashion.
Now take a look at TV monitors, Canterbury Park patrons, or the big screen in the infield. If you see your name, you have 5 minutes to check in at the track level information booth, and you have qualified to win the Jeep. The names are on TV monitors. Abdimajid Elmai, Kimberly Baker, Stephen Holderman, Tony Wen, and Patrick Murphy. First level info, and good luck. And they're racing, and all the 2-year-olds came out beautifully for 100K. And on the lead is Happy Hour Bobby. St. Charles has good speed to the inside, and Love the Nest made the start, and Love the Nest is right up on the lead. After that, we come back to Dr. Oscar, a good 4 behind. A 3-headed pace battle that is rather breakneck. Zavy Dave rolls into 5th, 8-9 lengths out of it. Outside of that one is Jax Willie, and Jax Willie now has been overtaken by North Arm Bay inside of that overseas letter, and way out of it is Ben's Malice, second last. The one that is tailed off is that firster, Mark of Valor, and with a quarter of a mile to go in the Northern Light Futurity, Love the Nest, niggled at, leads it by 1. Love the Nest continues to plug away as they head for home. It is Love the Nest leading it, and leading it from Dr. Oscar, and they are a mile clear of the rest of the field with Zavy Dave closing fast, but nobody's beating Love the Nest. This is a superstar on the rise. It's Love the Nest, the Northern Lights Futurity champion.
Minnesota Festival of Champions, such a special time. I love it. The first race we're going to look at is race 9 on Wednesday. It's the Croc Rock. I have vivid memories of watching Dale Shenian's Croc Rock speed out of the gate and just keep on running. What a neat horse he was, and what a cool race this is. Can Mr. Jägermeister get back to where he was? How good is the youngster, the alligator hunter? This race is packed with talent, and I handicapped the race. It's packed with pace. There's a lot of horses that want to show speed, so I was looking for a bit of an upset. I think Mr. Jägermeister, if he's 100% and ready to go, he can take them all the way. I'm going to use him in all my horizontal wagers, but I'm looking for value here, and I like a long shot. Number 6, Fireman Oscar. Pete Matson, the owner, has had such a brilliant summer. He's got the big closer here. There's other pace in the race, as I mentioned, and this horse is going to be rolling late. He'll be 8, 9, 10 to 1. I like the 6, Fireman Oscar. I'm going to do a $5 across the board bet on Oscar. Now I've got to find that $25 number, right? I'm going to do a $5 exacta box. Pete Matson's going to be cashing for size because the Alligator Hunter, another horse that he has, is going to be right there. He has stalking speed. He can sit right after that Jägermeister, and then when that real running starts in the stretch, I think these two get the job done. I'm going to box the 5 and the 6. It's the Croc Rock. It's race 9, Minnesota Festival of Champions. It's a star-studded night, and this race might be one of the best.
Still plenty more racing action coming up here at Canterbury Park as we're 12 minutes away from race number 9. This one, the $100,000 Croc Rock Minnesota Sprint Championship. A field of 7 will navigate 6 furlongs in here as this one for the sprinters. And on the screen, it's the good-looking Minnesotan astronaut Oscar as the Oscars set to battle it out for supremacy in here. 5 to 1 on the board for Pete Matson. The 5-year-old by law enforcement has been in very good form this year. Already has 3 victories in 2021. Likes to be on the lead, but will have company as well. 6 to 1 on the board. The 3 is Mr. Jägermeister. 9 to 2, chilly on the board for one of Minnesota's finest. $650,000 in career earnings, and there's no other way to put it. Being disrespected right now at the windows. 8 to 5 morning line. 9 to 2. Ice cold when it comes to the wagering. Valerie Lund and Ruben Fuentes. If you can draw a line through that last race and then forgive the Prairie race, all of a sudden, Mr. Jägermeister in pretty darn good form. And he won so easily in the 10,000 Lakes, beating many of these in here, including Drop a Golden Sun. Are the last 2 races flukes in the slop in the Prairie Meadows, or is Mr. Jägermeister gone off form? At 6 years old, he looks good down here in the walking ring, but he's thrown in 2 clunkers, but you'll get the best value you've had on him in some time. 9 to 2 on the board. The 4 is Hot Shot Kid. Speaking of value, 13 to 1 on Hot Shot Kid. I haven't seen that in a long time with Hot Shot Kid. Mac Robertson, Lindy Wade, the blinkers do come off. However, 2021, not so good for him. He hasn't been a bounce back and simply hasn't shown the same tenacity that he's shown in the past. 5 starts, yet to hit the board. 13 to 1 on the kid, known as Hot Shot Kid. All of the money is coming in on the Alligator Hunter. This is a very tough spot. I know the Alligator Hunter has been dominant in winning the last 5 starts. However, he's a 3-year-old taking on older. He's no stranger to taking on older horses like he did in the Victor S. Myers, along with some of the other races, just coming in off of a very impressive performance in the Minnesota Derby. However, his last 2 starts, he has had to deal with some inquiry, some left turns, then some right turns. There's been some drifting down the lane. We'll see if they can correct it today as they do put the blinkers on and try and keep him focused at 6 to 5. The 6 is Fireman Oscar. Pete Matson has an opportunity in here to bring home another trophy. He's got Fireman Oscar, Astronaut Oscar, and the Alligator Hunter. 7 to 1. Certainly a value player in here for the late-running closer who should get pace to chase. And maybe that pace will come from Ray's Angel. Turf to dirt in play, a $20,000 claim, trying to get their return on investment with a $100,000 paycheck at a big number. And on the outside, can't forget about Drop of Golden Sun. Was pressured every step of the way going further. Sprinting hasn't been his game. Usually it's 2 turns. However, he draws the outside. You get Rye Echoberry and Tony Ringstorff. Always a good sign for a trainer who can bounce back after a bad race as the field of 7 goes out for the $100,000 Croc Rock Minnesota Sprint Championship.
Thank you, Lynn. Here they are for the $100,000 Croc Rock Minnesota Sprint Championship. Number 1 is astronaut Oscar and Chad Lindsay, the owner Pete Matson, the trainer David Van Winkle. Number 3 is Mr. Jägermeister with Ruben Fuentes for Kristen Boyce, Leslie Cummings, and Valerie Lund. Valerie trains. Mac Robertson trains number 4, Hot Shot Kid for Warren Bush, the rider Lindy Wade. Alonzo Quinones guides the current favorite, the Alligator Hunter, for Pete Matson and Tim Padilla. Tim is the trainer. Number 6 is the defending champion. He is Fireman Oscar. Also owned by Pete Matson, trained by David Van Winkle, Israel Hernandez in the irons. And number 7 is Ray's Angel with Luis Fuentes for Miss Karen Offerman and trainer Troy Bethke. Number 8, Drop of Golden Sun and Rye Eccleberry for Tony Rangstorff, who owns and trains. Those 8 go to the gate for the Croc Rock Minnesota Sprint Championship. They blast in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a quintet of lucky contestants in the winner's circle, and one of these 5 will be winning a Jeep as part of a promotion we are conducting at Canterbury. For more, here's Angela.
Thank you, Paul. We have had cash winners throughout the night, and now it is time for the grand prize. We have 5 lucky contestants down here for our Summer of Horsepower giveaway. Of course, you guys have earned credit all summer, and you've swiped your cards. You can swipe them again for more cash later, but these lucky 5 are now going to draw a horse in the Croc Rock Sprint Championship, and the winners will be determined by the order of finish. Now, you're each going to draw a certain number. Your entrant is going to be determining your fate. Open up that envelope, and whoever finishes the best will win that beautiful Jeep Gladiator. Whoever finishes the next best will get $2,000 in cash, and everybody else, you get $1,000. So, Abdi from Burnsville, hold up your number. Who did you get in here? You have a Ray's Angel. If you have this horse, feel free to cheer along with them. Now, Kim, you have the 5, the current favorite, the Alligator Hunter. Drop of Golden Sun for Tony from Brooklyn Park. Stephen from Chaska will be represented by Fireman Oscar. And Patrick Murphy of Edina, you have Astronaut Oscar. So keep a close eye on all of your entrants. Root them on, get them home, because whoever comes home in front is going to go home in that beautiful vehicle right next to us by the winner's circle. Feel free to cheer on with them as the grand prize winner is going to drive away in that beautiful Jeep. It's just about time for the Croc Rock Sprint Championship. It is one of the most competitive races of the night, and it features a clash of generations. Your current favorite represents the younger ones of the Minnesota breds. Currently even money, I believe, is the Alligator Hunter, now up to 6-5. He looks to build a winning streak anew, coming off a victory around 2 turns. They cut him back to 1 turn and put the blinkers on the Alligator Hunter. He represents connections that have done very well in Minnesota Stakes all season long, and he's the starting point for handicapping this race. But Paul, I'm interested as they warm up with the blinkers on. What do you see from the Alligator Hunter, and what do you think as far as our lucky contestants down here in the winner's circle by the warm-up, just by the warm-up?
Well, with the Alligator Hunter, you know, the way he finished in his last race against Bayou Benny, it was so enterprising that, you know, of all the races I've called, I've never seen anything like that. So he's an adventure in his own right, and he's a picture of beauty on the track. He's on TV monitors now. He's very relaxed and composed, and he'll be a handful. You know, I just wonder 5 minutes from now if we're going to look back at this race and say, did Mr. Jägermeister really just win by 2 at 3.5 to 1? You know, because we just know how dominating he can be, and he's a picture of beauty on the track now. That this Croc Rock Minnesota Sprint Championship, I think it behooves us to recognize the greatness that was Croc Rock, who won this race 3 years in a row, 2000 to 2002. Then he did it again for Mr. Shenium in 2004. I mean, Croc Rock, just one of the great sprinters in the history of this racetrack.
Well, and he was dominant with his front-running speed, which has been a very good tactic on this main track lately, which would, of course, play into the hands of Mr. Jägermeister if he can get clear with that blazing early speed. But Astronaut Oscar on the inside has a very, very good turn of foot himself. And with the rail draw, do you think that that forces his hand to go after Mr. Jägermeister? Do they try to go around him? There's a number of ways that they could go about things, but they have to make that decision very quickly out of the gate. I'm looking at them warming up. Everybody looks pretty good. Fireman Oscar and Ray's Angel looked a little bit warm to me. But if you're on Astronaut Oscar, do you go after Mr. Jägermeister, or do you try to get onto his outside and push him along? What do you think that you would do from a tactical perspective?
Well, Astronaut Oscar broke from the 1 hole last time and got the opening quarter in 22, but then the half went to 44 and change, and he dropped back nearly 2. And then he was resurgent and nearly beat Wild Behavior in open company. So from that 1 post, it seems it absolutely behooves Astronaut Oscar to get out and go as quickly as he can. The question is, how fast is Mr. Jägermeister going to go? I mean, he just ran in the mud, 1 of 3 on a wet track, but he went 22-1, 44-4, and did it rather effortlessly. Then things fell apart. I mean, we know the former horse of the year, Mr. Jägermeister, when he's on his game, he's unbelievably tough to beat. He's 3-1 right now, but he hasn't won since the 10,000 Lakes. There he went 21-4, 44, 55-4, finished in 8-2. So Yagi is really, really difficult when he's on his game. Question is he on his game today?
Well, I think that he certainly will find a way to get back to form in here. Looks like he worked out well leading into this. They put a quick work into him, but I think that Astronaut Oscar, the one on the screen, is the X factor in here. If he can go with Mr. Jägermeister and prevent him from getting into that rhythm, that cruising speed that he has, I think that it's pretty wide open. If they leave Mr. Jägermeister alone, probably not the case. That's what led me to the Alligator Hunter, drawing to the right outside on the cutback. I know that it's not a clever price. You don't always see those on state bred nights, but that was my top selection in here. If you had to pick somebody over 10-1, you have a couple of options. Who would you use underneath him if, like, I'm playing an exacta?
I probably would use Hot Shot Kid. I mean, we just saw Lindy Wade for Miss Offerman finish second at 62-1. He's the most dominating jockey we've had all summer at Canterbury. Puts horses in great positions. I know Hot Shot Kid looks to be off form if you look at some of his recent races, but Lindy finds a way to pick up checks for owners. So it probably would be Hot Shot Kid. But Angela, I must concede, I'm surprised at these odds. I thought the Alligator Hunter would be second choice to Mr. Jägermeister, but he continues to get a majority of the win money, 7-5.
I think other than the 10,000 Lakes, Mr. Jägermeister doesn't have the same sort of resume that he brought to the table last year, and that could account for the price. It doesn't diminish his ability at all, especially his front-running ability on a track that could play very kind to that sort of thing. I would say 3-1 is fair. I think last click he might go far below that, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Alligator Hunter ended up the second choice. We shall see as they head to the gate.
It is now post time for the 28th running of the Croc Rock Minnesota Sprint Championship. The Alligator Hunter looking to win 6 consecutive. He also is the Minnesota Derby champion in his most recent race, enterprising as it was. And he is 7-5. Hotshot Kid moves in. He's joined by Ray's Angel. Good luck to the contestants trying to win the Jeep down there. Best of luck to your candidates. Drop of Golden Sun, always a tough customer, goes in. Here they come for the $100,000 Croc Rock Minnesota Sprint Championship, and they're racing. Astronaut Oscar surges out of the gate and gets the first call from Mr. Jägermeister. Astronaut Oscar is full of speed, and he leads it narrowly from Mr. Jägermeister and the Alligator Hunter, that super talented 3-year-old. He's right up there with the leaders, and outside of them is Ray's Angel. Now Mr. Jägermeister takes the lead and tries to stride away into the far turn. Drop of Golden Sun, 6 lengths from the lead, and he is beginning to run away from Fireman Oscar, the defending champion. The one in last is Hotshot Kid. They come to the top of the stretch chasing Yagi, Mr. Jägermeister, who puts 2 on the Alligator Hunter. Drop of Golden Sun is finishing nicely, going up into third past Astronaut Oscar, and they're laying on each other. But Mr. Jägermeister laughed at that talented 3-year-old and ran away. Here comes Drop of Golden Sun into second. 150 to go. Mr. Jägermeister. Drop of Golden Sun means business. Here comes Drop of Golden Sun, the Croc Rock champion. Number 8, Drop of Golden Sun, ran first. 8-3-6-4. Drop of Golden Sun, Mr. Jägermeister, Fireman Oscar, Hotshot Kid. It's official. 109.81, the final time in the Minnesota Sprint Championship, named for one of the greatest sprinters in the history of this racetrack, Downs or Park, Dale Shenian's Croc Rock. $21.80 for the exacta, trifecta $40.95. Superfecta $16 and change, $10.10 for the double. The pick 3 paid $8.40. The 10th race, the Bellanote Minnesota Distaff Sprint Championship for $100K. Scratch numbers 2 and 5, thus no place, show, or trifecta wagering in race 10. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome to the winner's enclosure former jockey Mark Irving, who rode at Canterbury Downs and Park for several years. Mark won the sprint in 2000 aboard Croc Rock for Dale Shenian and Francisco Bravo. Mark Irving is presenting the trophy to the winning connections of this year's Croc Rock Minnesota Sprint Championship, and that is Drop of Golden Sun and Rye Eckleberry. Tony Rengstorff is the winning owner and trainer of Drop of Golden Sun. Drop of Golden Sun is a 6-year-old son of Nico Bay out of Dira Doe, bred in Minnesota by Winchester Place Thoroughbreds. Drop of Golden Sun won the Blair's Cove last year, takes down the Croc Rock Sprint Championship in 2021. Big race for Mr. Tony Rengstorff, the winning owner and trainer of the classy Drop of Golden Sun, and Tony is with BA.
Last couple of races, he's always been sent to the lead. We know he's got a ton of heart because he's fought on in the past. But today, you changed the strategy, and it certainly pays off.
I think it just kind of worked out that way. But, yeah, he showed in the past he could come from off the pace. So we were hoping for that today, and we got it.
His last two races, you know, he seemingly had the lead at the top of the stretch. They weren't his best races. How confident were you today that today would be different?
Not that much. Very, very good horses today, and very blessed to get the win.
Tony Rengstorff owns and trains Drop of Golden Sun, who changed the tactics but gets the win in the Croc Rock.
Croc Rock Minnesota Sprint Championship, and they're racing. Astronaut Oscar surges out of the gate and gets the first call from Mr. Jägermeister. Astronaut Oscar is full of speed, and he leads it narrowly from Mr. Jägermeister and the Alligator Hunter, that super talented 3-year-old. He's right up there with the leaders, and outside of them is Ray's Angel. Now Mr. Jägermeister takes the lead and tries to stride away into the far turn. Drop of Golden Sun 6 lengths from the lead, and he is beginning to run away from Fireman Oscar, the defending champion. The one in last is Hot Shot Kid. They come to the top of the stretch chasing Yagi, Mr. Jägermeister, who puts 2 on the Alligator Hunter. Drop of Golden Sun is finishing nicely, going up into third past Astronaut Oscar, and they're laying on each other. But Mr. Jägermeister laughed at that talented 3-year-old and ran away. Here comes Drop of Golden Sun into second. 150 to go. Mr. Jägermeister. Drop of Golden Sun means business. Here comes Drop of Golden Sun, the Croc Rock champion. And now the Bellanote Minnesota Distaff Sprint Championship, named for one of the great sprinters we've seen here, Art and Gretchen Eaton's Bellanote. This girl, Star of the North, had won 7 consecutive races. Then she went around 2 turns, and she won in her first try, but then in the Minnesota Oaks, she finished second to Molly's Angel. Here is Star of the North, and when she's on her game, holy cow, she's a handful. Mike Grossman owns her. Clickbait currently is 4-5 and favored. Rye Eccleberry right there on Star of the North. They're going to head out early, looking to win 3 consecutive festival races. Let's cap this 3-pack, and here's BA.
Here, and still plenty of intrigue despite a 3-horse race in the 6th furlong. It was only slated to have 5 horses, but 3 of them will go to the gate, so it's certainly going to be a rider's race. Chirinos already has a stakes winner on the night. Izzy Hernandez looking for his first stakes winner, and then Rye Eccleberry just got the job done with Drop of Golden Sun. So you've got both the riders of the 1 and the 4 looking for numerous stakes victories, and then Izzy Hernandez at 5-1 certainly looking to upset the apple cart, and payout in the pick 6 would be just under $9,000 in here, as we still have 3 more stakes races to go. This may be the last thoroughbred stakes race, but we've also got a Dr. Dan double that includes stakes action for the quarter horses. But in the Bellanote Minnesota Distaff Sprint, this is an intriguing race. Clickbait hasn't been seen since July 14th. I can't imagine that was the plan, because she's been going consistently to the track in the morning. In fact, since that last start, has had 4 workouts. Many of them have been fast, including the unusual handling designation for Mac Robertson. August 12th and August 26th, back-to-back handling designations, as Clickbait on the board at 3-5. Grand prize gets Israel Hernandez. Turf to dirt in play for Joel Burnt, as he's looking for another victory on the card. And then on the outside, you've got Star of the North, Francisco Bravo. Rye Eccleberry looking to get back to her winning ways. She won 7 in a row before second in the Minnesota Oaks, but a mile, any 2 turns, may not be her A-game. She wants to sprint. She gets to do what she wants to do. Even money, a value player in here is the field of 3 set to navigate the Bellanote, as we're 10 minutes away from the final thoroughbred race of the night on Festival of Champions Day.
And here they are for the next festival race. This is the Bellanote Minnesota Distaff Sprint Championship, and number 1 is Clickbait, ridden by Roymus Chirinos. For Hugh Robertson, John Mentz, and Jeff Larson, the trainer, Mac Robertson. Bob Lothenbach owns number 3, Grand Prize, trained by Joel Burnt. Israel Hernandez has the call. And Rye Eccleberry rides number 4, Star of the North, for Mike Grossman, the trainer, Francisco Bravo.
I'm down here with track analyst Brian Aragoni as we reach the conclusion of thoroughbred action. There's a lot to look back on. I think that, at least for me, the juvenile winners that we had today give us a lot to look forward to. But is there a performance among all of the stakes action that stands out to you?
I thought Love the Nest was very impressive. I know 2 to 5, it wasn't a race to necessarily make a lot of money, but the way Love the Nest performed, battling it out early on in the first part of that race, in between horses for a 2-year-old to go sub 22, sub 45, I thought that was very impressive.
Yeah, and he had a lot more to deal with early on, I think, than the female side of thing, although She's My Warrior battled back very bravely on the inside to come back on the favorite in that race. He had a lot more to deal with, but I think that he's got a lot more to give to as far as distance goes. I'm like you. I don't know if I buy Joel Burnt saying that they might just put him away for next year. I mean, he could do a lot of things with him. And as far as the older horses go, we do have a 3-horse race. It's the smallest smallest field that we have of the night. But you have 2 horses that are actually pretty similar in price on the board, and you're familiar with both of them as far as their paddock antics go or anything like that. How would you rate Star of the North in her behavior today as compared to any of the races past you've seen?
You know, I only got to see her down in the paddock, so she typically doesn't really handle the paddock. She gets on, Rye Ecklebury gets aboard, down by the saddling enclosure, she goes straight to the track. So I really didn't get a great look of Star of the North, but it's a cool night, so there's really no excuse to be warm at all. Did you see anything once they were out on the track?
She looks like she's getting a little bit warm in the chute, but she's calming down now. Rye's got his feet out of the stirrups, trying to just keep her relaxed back there. This is pretty normal, I guess, behavior for her. She looks fine to me, but right now you get even money as opposed to 3 to 5. I think you and I both favored Clickbait in this spot, but what was your reasoning for taking her over Star of the North? Because they are both very impressive fillies.
When there's only 3 to choose from, you know, you only have so many spots you can land. So I did land on Clickbait. I was interested in this race when Defend the Rose was still in the race. With the field of 3, for me, it was a tough race to find a win wager. Clickbait at 3 to 5, Star of the North at even money. Grand Prize could potentially be a value player in here. We've seen consistently all year long, whether it's here at Canterbury Park or anywhere around the country, weird things can happen in small fields. And Clickbait hasn't been seen since July 14th. I know they've entered her in numerous spots. It looks like a good spot in here, but you have to wonder about the layoff.
That's true, but Clickbait has run so well fresh in the past, and she has been entered with stablemates as well, just like today. Maybe they've decided it's her turn, and when they've scratched her stablemates, they've put Clickbait up to bat. They are at the gate now. We are just about to post time for this one. You have 3 to 5 favorite in Clickbait. Paul Allen, put him in, let him rip.
All right, guys, thank you very much. 3 battle here in the 2021 Bellanote Distaff Sprint. First one is in, Clickbait. This one is named for the great Bellanote, who won the Sprint Championship Festival Day 3 years in a row. Ready to Run Away, won the race last year.
We got a horseback.
Star of the North moves in. Here they come in the Bellanote Minnesota Distaff Sprint. And they're racing. Star of the North gets the jump on the field. And Star of the North with Rye Ecklebury trying to win 3 consecutive festival races. Sole alone up front. Star of the North heads north with a 2.5 length lead. Grand Prize tries to upset the talented 2 against whom she's running. And Grand Prize is to the outside of Clickbait. Star of the North even money. Clickbait 3 to 5 in favor. They're covered by 5, and Chirino starts to work on Clickbait a little bit. Ecklebury and Star of the North leading it by a diminishing 2 as Clickbait tries to jump her and does so to the outside. Here's Clickbait attacking Star of the North with a 1/4 mile to go, and Grand Prize watches the battle from 6 out of it, and Clickbait just blew by Star of the North like she's tied to a post. Into the final furlong, Clickbait puts 5 on Star of the North, and Clickbait is gone. Powerful performance by the super talented mare Clickbait, the Bellanote Distaff Sprint champion. Number 1, Clickbait, ran first, 143. 143 for the top 3. Through 28 runnings of the Minnesota Distaff Sprint Championship, that final time of 109.38, the fastest in the history of the race, Clickbait. Official. Pick 4, $13 and change. Pick 5, $163.90. The pick 6, $1,725. That exacta 1-4, $2.20. The Q's get center stage for the next 2 races. The Minnesota Quarter Horse Futurity is next. No scratches, no rider changes. We welcome a very special longtime friend of ours to the winner's enclosure. It is Miss Gretchen Eaton, who co-owned the mare Bellanote along with her husband Art. Gretchen has the trophy presentation to the winners of the race named after her class mare, Bellanote. Welcome back, Gretchen. Great to see you. And Clickbait is also happy to see you. She is the winner of the Bellanote Minnesota Distaff Sprint Championship with Roymus Chirinos for owners Hugh Robertson, John Mentz, and Jeff Larson. Mac Robertson is the winning trainer. Clickbait is a 5-year-old gray mare by Lavongo out of Blue Jean Song, bred in Minnesota by Eric and Mary Von Segern. Big night for Mr. John Mentz back in the Charmed Circle with Brian Aragoni.
Wasn't that long ago we were just doing it. It's like deja vu. Any anxious moments? Oftentimes weird things happen in a 3-horse field. Star of the North did get away with an easy lead. Any anxious moments at all?
Yeah, you know, in a 3-horse field, the longest shot on the board seems to win. So I was a little bit nervous, but we felt we had a good horse, and she just blew him away. So it was awesome.
And you've had some elite horses here at Canterbury Park, not only this year, but for many years, ready to run away. Cinco, Star, now Clickbait as well. What has Mac Robertson and his team meant to your success here at Canterbury?
Yeah, no, Mac's great. Want to also provide a shout out to Jeff Larson and Hugh Robertson, Mac's dad. So that's the 3 owners on this horse, and we've done well in our partnerships together. We've had a lot of good horses, and it's much appreciated. I don't mind being in a partnership. I really, when you're in the winner's circle, it doesn't matter whether it's you're by yourself or with 2 or 3 others. The more the merrier from my standpoint.
That's right, and John Mentz has a big night along with the Hall of Fame trainer Mac Robertson as they get the job done with Cinco, Star and Clickbait in the Bella Notte. Quarter horse stakes action coming up next.
Minnesota Distaff Sprint. And they're racing. Star of the North gets the jump on the field. And Star of the North with Rye Eccleberry trying to win 3 consecutive festival races. Sole alone up front. Star of the North heads north with a 2.5 length lead. Grand Prize tries to upset the talented 2 against whom she's running. And Grand Prize is to the outside of Clickbait. Star of the North even money. Clickbait 3 to 5 in favor. They're covered by 5, and Chirino starts to work on Clickbait a little bit. Eccleberry and Star of the North leading it by a diminishing 2 as Clickbait tries to jump her and does so to the outside. Here's Clickbait attacking Star of the North with a 1/4 mile to go, and Grand Prize watches the battle from 6 out of it, and Clickbait just blew by Star of the North like she's tied to a post. Into the final furlong, Clickbait puts 5 on Star of the North, and Clickbait is gone. Powerful performance by the super talented mare Clickbait, the Bella Notte Distaff Sprint champion. The 27th Festival of Champions Day at Canterbury Park, 29th overall, 27th that I have called, and quite honestly, I don't recall a day like this where we begin with She's My Warrior and a big upset in the Northern Lights debutante, then Rush Hour Traffic Never Looks Back in the Princess Elaine, then the favorite settled in, where we had a really, really nice 2-year-old named Love My Nest win, but recently Drop of Golden Sun goes off at 4.5 to 1 and wins a festival race, and we all know that one is rock solid. We've also had at least 2 races where the final times have been the fastest in the history of these races, approaching 3 decades. What an awesome day. Let's see where we go from here. Race number 11 begins the quarter horse portion of the equation, and this one is the quarter horse Futurity. They go for $62,900. It starts and stops with trainer Jason Olmstead. That's not breaking news as we go here at Canterbury Park. In fact, Jason has Relentless Courage at 8 to 5, looking to win 4 in a row. Brian Aragoni, which Olmstead will win this race, or will somebody upset Team Olmstead?
I can give you the answer about 11 minutes from now. I'll know who's set to be the Minnesota Quarter Horse Futurity in here, because this race looks a little bit wide open. I know all the money's going on Relentless Courage, and why not? The horse has won 3 in a row, looking to make it 4 victories in a row. However, this is quarter horse racing, and all it takes is one slow start, one bobble, and suddenly you're no longer having an opportunity to bring home a stakes victory. A field of 11 set to navigate 350 yards. On your screen now, the good-looking Tommy Guns, and Tommy Guns taking some action as well. 12 to 1 on that morning line, currently cut in half, 5 to 1 for the good-looking Tommy Guns. For Brianna McDaniel, who looks for her first stakes victory in here, and why not with Tommy Guns? Just went off at 6 to 1, only lost by a length and a half to Relentless Courage. Down on the inside, they've broken from the outside the last 2 times. This horse could appreciate having horses next door versus being on the outside with Tommy Guns. The 2 is the field's long shot. The first-time starter, no high heels. Well, they'll be buying some high heels if they get this one home at a price of 50 to 1 right now. Betty Jo Williams, yes, she rides thoroughbreds as well as quarter horses. The workouts have been consistent since July. 4 workouts, looking to make the debut, a winning one in here at a big price. The good-looking is gray is the 2-year-old, the Minnesota Moon, Navarrete and Jason Olmstead under the moon here at Canterbury Park. Has an experience edge over this field. Got the maiden breaking victory last time out. Went off at a skinny 2 to 5, but really looked good doing it. Turned a 6-horse race into a 1-horse race right out of the gate. Now you get 17 to 1 as the Minnesota Moon looks for 2 in a row for Summer Run Inc. But all of the action has gone on Relentless Courage for Tom Maher and Paul Ludeman. This one really deserves to be the favorite in here. The 2-year-old gelding has won 3 in a row. Now, none of them have been by awesome, huge lengths or anything like that. Required a photo in everyone except for the last one, but last time out, Relentless Courage just won so easily. The margin may have only been a half length, but it really looked impressive. 7 to 5 as Relentless Courage looks for 4 wins in a row. The 5 is JJ's Full Moon. Now, JJ certainly has some talent. He does have a tendency to act up a little bit at the gate. We'll see if he can keep his cool, calm, and collected nature from the paddock down to the gate today. He's been bumped hard a couple of times in races, and he's really still looking for that first career victory. It's a little bit misleading that he's still a maiden, because JJ's Full Moon certainly has some talent for Randy Widener at 25 to 1. The 6 is Trippin' Guns for Murray Asher. And here, Brianna McDaniel, she's got the 1 as well as the 6, 23 to 1, as the Minnesota Moon circling around just a few extra times for the gray at 16 to 1. But Trippin' Guns, another maiden in here, back-to-back second-place finishes, looking to turn those 2s into 1s at a price. And speaking of price, Silver's Border Queen, 1 start, went off at a big number that day, and now all of a sudden 10 to 1, cut in half from that morning line of 20 to 1. The action is coming in on the 7. The 8 is Bring Back My Vodka. Vega and Olmstead. Another Olmstead in here. This one going to be a price, a value player for sure, at 9 to 1. And speaking of value, Holly Jess is Sweet. Nick Goodwin, 42-1, the leading rider in the history of Canterbury Park for quarter horses on the board at 42-1. I'm going to try Relentless Babe in here. I know Relentless Courage has beat us back-to-back times, but I'm still hung up on that June 15th race. It was very impressive. And speaking of impressive, Jason Olmstead's other horse, Chloe's Magic, turned out awesome. If this one can run anything like she looks, they all may be running for second. Still a maiden after 5 races with 2 seconds and 2/3, but Chloe's Magic on the toes, on the muscle, wins the beauty pageant. We'll see if she can win the Minnesota Quarter Horse Futurity coming up just 6 minutes away.
Ladies and gentlemen, star-studded bugler and trophy presenter, Sir Leonard Dykert. The penultimate, beginning Dr. Dan's late double, is the Minnesota Quarter Horse Futurity, and here they are. Number 1 is Tommy Guns, ridden by Doug Frank for Darren and Jessica Myers, the trainer Brianna McDaniel. Mark Wilson trains the first-time starter, No High Heels. The owner is Christian Ambridge, and the rider, Betty Williams. Eugenio Navarrete Jr. rides the Minnesota Moon. For Paul Ludemann's Summer Run Inc., the trainer, Jason Olmstead. Jason also trains the current favorite, Relentless Courage. Luis Valenzuela rides for Tom Maher and Paul Ludemann. Number 5 is JJ's Full Moon, owned by Jerry Oxner, the trainer, Randy Widener. David Pinnon is the rider. Uriel Cervantes rides number 6, Tripping Guns. The owners, Asher Murray and Fred Pelzer. The trainer, Brianna McDaniel. Terry Reed owns number 7, Silver's Border Queen. Kelsey Haar rides the 7 for Jerry Livingston. Randy Vega guides number 8, Bring Back My Vodka. This one is also owned by Summer Run and trained by Jason Olmstead. Holly Jess is Sweet is owned by Dan Chersvik and trained by Pat Swan, Nick Goodwin in the irons. Edwin Escobedo rides number 10, Relentless Babe, for Tom Maher and trainer Jason Olmstead. Jason also trains number 11, Chloe's Magic. Brett Berger rides for Bruce Lunderborg. Big field for race 11, the $62,900 Minnesota Quarter Horse Futurity. It's the 27th running.
As we inch closer to the Minnesota Quarter Horse Futurity, I want to remind everybody that we still have some last chance drawings going on at 10 o'clock tonight. We'll have 5 $100 cash winners, and if you would like to get involved with that, you have to re-swipe your card. All of those entries got wiped out after we drew for the Gladiator, so if you would like to win one of those last chance prizes of $100, swipe your card at any of those kiosks. Remember, they're just outside of the card club, right by the gift shop on track level and up on clubhouse level. Again, swipe your card again to reactivate your chance to win $100 at 10 o'clock. We're still a little while away from that, but we're not far from the futurity. It's the last double of the night. You can do exactas, tries, or 10-cent supers. Your even money favorite is Relentless Courage. Good luck in the second to last race of Festival Night.
And they've reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the 27th Minnesota Quarter Horse Futurity. Relentless Courage, in search of his 4th consecutive win, is even money. Corona White Sox, who we will see in next race, won this last year for Dan Chersvik. Summer Run Inc. has several charges in here. The Ludemans have won it with Beep Beep, Zoom Zoom, and Vodka at Midnight of late. High Whistle and Willie won it in 95. Asher Murray was the trainer. Last in, Chloe's Magic. Stand by for the 27th Minnesota Quarter Horse Futurity. And they're racing. Rough beginning for the Minnesota Moon. Great beginning for Relentless Courage. Jumps the field. Outside of that, Relentless Babe. Relentless 1-2 right now with Tommy Guns to the inside. And between them is the Minnesota Moon. But it is Relentless Courage, the Futurity champion. It's 4 in a row for number 4, Relentless Courage, the Minnesota Quarter Horse Futurity Champion. Photo for the rest. The numbers 4, 10, 3, 8. The trainer sweeps the superfecta. The 11th is Cashable. 12th race, final live race today, final Festival of Champions race. It's the 27th Minnesota Quarter Horse Derby, and they take off 20 minutes from now. Three stakes victories this summer for Relentless Courage. He wins the $71,000 MQHRA Futurity, takes down the 28 North Star Futurity, and wins on Festival Day. Relentless Courage is the Minnesota Quarter Horse Futurity Champion. In the winner's enclosure with LAV, Luis Valenzuela. The winning owners, Tom Maher and Paul Ludeman. And the winning trainer, Jason Olmstead. Relentless Courage is a 2-year-old sorrel son of He's Relentless from the Stoley mare, Newport Lily. Bred in Minnesota by Harold Genote. We welcome to the winner's enclosure Mr. Asher Murray, former quarter horse trainer here at Canterbury Park. He won this futurity 3 times, including 1999 with Cracklin' Cash. Asher Murray, welcome back to Canterbury Park, and God bless. In the winner's enclosure, here is Brian Aragoni.
Down here with the victorious Ludemans, who just told me an interesting fact. All 4 horses in the Superfecta trained by Jason Olmstead, but also raised at your place as well.
Yep, they were. We folded that one out for Tom Maher, and the other 3 were we've raised them, fold them out at our place. So it's really cool to see that they hit the board like that.
It's awesome, especially when you get to see them from the foaling process out to the racetrack. But Relentless Courage nicely has won 4 in a row, and today really made it look easy.
Yeah, he was a surprise in our barn, actually. He was not on the radar right away in the beginning, but he's on the radar now.
He certainly is, as Olmstead runs 1, 2, 3, and 4, and the Ludemans having plenty of success, both with the breeding and at the farm, as well as at the racetrack, is the big one coming up next.
And they're racing. Rough beginning for the Minnesota Moon. Great beginning for Relentless Courage. Jumps the field. Outside of that, Relentless Babe. Relentless 1-2 right now with Tommy Guns to the inside. And between them is the Minnesota Moon. But it is Relentless Courage, the Futurity champion.
And if you move on to the Derby, it's all about a horse named Jess Rocket Man. Jess Rocket Man is a full brother to PYC Just Bite My Dust and Dickie Bob, the two all-time leading money earners in the history of quarter horse racing in Minnesota. They each won the Minnesota Derby during their 3-year-old campaign. And Jess Rocket Man, heck, earlier he warmed up a horse named Instigator, was within spitting distance of that horse. Instigator on Sunday won the $1 million Grade 1 All-American Derby. If you can get close to a horse like that, you can dust a field of Minnesota breds. Jess Rocket Man, a solid lock to close out a fantastic Festival Day card.
It made it to the last and final. Feels like we just began, but plenty more action coming up with the Minnesota Quarter Horse Derby in here, the classic distance of 400 yards. They'll go 4 football fields tonight in here. We're going to crown one winner, but right now only one horse really being bet. As when I last looked, the 5 was on the board at 1-5, and really hasn't changed right from the first click. 1-5. We'll see if it does change. But I really don't think it is, because the horse could potentially be the real deal. But that's why the paychecks go out after the race is run. And certainly nobody being crowned the champion of the Minnesota Quarter Horse Derby until this one is final. And on your screen now, it's Shrimpy. Tyler Stein looking for his first Quarter Horse Stakes victory in here. Pinion gets the call. Down on the inside, the filly does take on some boys in here, but no stranger to taking on the boys. 2 victories, looking to make it 3 for 10 at 13-1. The 2 is Lady Capo. You got a Hall of Fame trainer in Ed Ross, Hardy Navarrete getting the call. That is his go-to jock. Still a maiden, looking to get the maiden breaking score in the Minnesota Quarter Horse Derby at 43-1 for Lady Capo, who's looking to be a maiden no more. The 3 is Corona White Sox. Dan Chorsvik is dressed to impress. The man wants to get his photo taken in here with a classy sport coat, and he has himself a classy rider as well. Nick Goodwin, the leading rider here at Canterbury Park for the quarter horses throughout the history, just ran on August 18th. Threw in a clunker that day, had a little bit of a troubled beginning. We'll see if Corona White Sox can avoid a troubled start. 20-1 on the board. The 4 is Cowboy Alex. Cervantes is going to ride in here for Mark Wilson. 0 for 5 has yet to hit the board, but you will get a big price of almost 50-1. And that big price coming because number 5, Jess Rocket Man, already looking for 6 victories, going up against maidens in here. Jess Rocket Man may only be 3 years old, but he certainly has an experience edge over a lot of this field. 5 for 12, stakes tested, has 48,000 in earnings just this year alone, and he was impressive as a 2-year-old as well with 2 victories last year. Never outside the exacta here at Canterbury Park. Jess Rocket Man, strictly the horse to beat. Maybe not the horse to bet, though, at 1-5. The 6 is Pappy Boyington. Kelsey Haar got the night started off right. She won on the turf course at 7-1. She looks to go out the same way she started. This time, 30-1 on Pappy Boyington. She's got a turf victory. Now she looks for a quarter horse victory in the Quarter Horse Derby. The 7 is Living in the Past. Brett Berzer for Brian Velasquez. He had an impressive winner earlier this week. This Chestnut Colt has 2 victories here and should only continue to get better with distance. Living in the Past has a running style that caters to the 400-yard distance mark in here. 18-1 on the board. The 8 is Western Reserve. Martinez for Hall of Fame trainer Ed Ross Hardy. Western Reserve, the kind of horse you want to own. As consistent as they come. 9 starts, 3 victories, and 2 seconds. Looking to pick up another paycheck in here. But the 9, Furiosity, could not look any better down here in the walking ring. Both the 9 and the 10 really showing off at this point. The 3-year-old filly on the toes and on the muscle looks excellent for Hibshaw, and the 10 changing gears. Summer Run owns, Summer Run bred. Jason Olmstead and Luis Valenzuela looking to send them out a winner. 16-1. Connections don't go off at 16-1 very often. Off of a 3-1 morning line, changing gears, ice cold on the board. We'll see if they can be red hot in the winner's circle as the field of 10 goes 400 yards for the Minnesota Quarter Horse Derby.
Great job all night, Mr. Lindiker. Great work. Lindiker, ladies and gentlemen. Here is the Minnesota Quarter Horse Derby cast. Number 1 is Shrimpy, ridden by David Pinnon. Tyler Stein is the owner-trainer. Number 2 is Lady Capo. This one is owned by James Harris and trained by Ed Ross Hardy. Eugenio Navarrete Jr. guides. Nick Goodwin is aboard number 3, Corona White Sox, winner of the Futurity last year. Dan Chersvik owns, Pat Swan trains. Number 4, Cowboy Alex. Cowboy Alex is owned by Cesar Albino Martinez. Mark Wilson trains. Uriel Cervantes rides. Edwin Escobedo rides the favorite, Jess Rocketman, for Bruce Lunderborg and Jason Olmstead. Terry Reed owns number 6, Pappy Boyington. Jerry Livingston is the trainer. Kelsey Haar in the irons. Number 7 is Ken Quaid's Living in the Past. This one is trained by Brian Velazquez. The rider, Brett Berzer. El Salvador Martinez is astride Western Reserve for Bob and Julie Peterson and trainer Ed Ross Hardy. Number 9 is Steve Pribble's Furiosity for R. Allen Hibshaw and rider Jonathan Dominguez. And Luis Valenzuela looks to sweep the quarter horse stakes. He rides Changin' Gears for Summer Run Inc. and trainer Jason Olmstead.
As we prepare for the Derby and the conclusion of our Festival of Champions, we honor the Minnesota Quarter Horse Racing Association 2020 champions. There's a number of them. We start with the 2-year-olds. The 2-year-old Open champion, Isa Timber, who went on to become a Grade 3 winner in Canada after breaking his maiden at Canterbury Park in an MQHRA Futurity trial for owner, trainer, breeder Wesley Olden. The 2-year-old Minnesota-bred champion was Western Reserve. She won trials for both the Gopher State Futurity and the Minnesota Quarter Horse Futurity and was the second in the latter for owner-breeder Bob and Julie Peterson. The 2-year-old Minnesota-bred Reserve was Corona White Sox, the winner of the Minnesota Futurity for owner Dan Chersvik. On to the 3-year-olds. The 3-year-old Open champion was Tipsy Girl B, who won trials for both the Gopher State Derby and Canterbury Park Quarter Horse Derby. She was placed in both, owned by Tom Maher and Paul Ludeman. The 3-year-old Minnesota-bred champion was Johnny B, who earned nearly $40,000 for owner Cynthia Besser. The 3-year-old Minnesota-bred reserve champion, Wicked 6, was first or second in 4 for 5 starts at Canterbury in 2020 for owner Clarinda Roweter. The distance champion and the overall champion was Dan Chersvik's Holy Storm. He was Grade 3 placed and has over $140,000 in earnings. The 4-year-old nut champion is Apolitical Mogul, third in the Canterbury Park Distaff Challenge Stakes for owner Tom Maher. 4-year-old nut Minnesota-bred champion Dickie Bob is a 19-time winner of over $300,000 for Lunderborg LLC. And the 4-year-old nut reserve champion is his big brother, PYC Just Bite My Dust. So he was 7 for 32 with nearly $275,000 in earnings for owner-breeder Lunderborg LLC. Congratulations to all the 2020 champions on this accomplishment.
Ladies and gentlemen, our last chance drawing takes place right after race number 12. So stick around, listen for your name. Last chance right now before the lucky last. It's our last chance drawing, and good luck. And they've reached the starting gate. It is now post time for the 27th Minnesota Quarter Horse Derby. Jess Rocketman, prohibitively favored. As mentioned, his brothers, Dickie Bob and PYC Just Bite My Dust, won this race in 2017 and 18. Trainer Jason Olmstead has won 3 of the last 4. Before that, trainer Ed Ross Hardy won 4 consecutive years with Pythia, Western Fun, Vio's Red Hot Coal, and Fury's Folly. First ran this race when we reopened in 95. Laura Painter was the winning rider. Jetson's Leah won it in 95. It's the $60,000 Minnesota Quarter Horse Derby. And they're racing. The favored Jess Rocketman came off okay, but then collided with Cowboy Alex. Shrimpy trying to come up big, but here comes Jess Rocketman rocketing to the lead. Outside of that is Furiosity, and between them is Living in the Past, left in the wake of a keen turn of speed by Jess Rocketman, the Derby champion. Number 5, Jess Rocketman ran first. The final time of 19.87, the fastest Minnesota quarter horse derby in the history of Canterbury Park. And the numbers 5893. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a distinguished guest joining us in the winner's circle for the trophy presentation. It is our quarter horse racing secretary, Miss Amber Carlisle. Miss Carlisle, welcome to the winner's circle, and thanks for your help. Stand by for those last chance names coming up soon. And Festival of Champions Day is official. 10-cent Superfecta paid $23 despite a 1-9 shot winning. Final pick 4, $17 and change. Trifecta was chalk all odds. It paid $18 and change, 1-9 shot on top. 5 o'clock racing tomorrow. 4 live racing days remain. Tomorrow, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. CanterburyPark.com to get all the information. Of all the runnings in the history of the Minnesota Quarter Horse Derby, this one is the fastest of them all at 19.87. He is Jess Rocketman and Edwin Escobedo. Bruce Lunderborg owns and bred Jess Rocketman in Minnesota, and the winning trainer, Jason Olmstead. This is a 3-year-old son of apolitical Jess from the PYC Paint Your Wagon mare, Paint or More. For our last chance drawing, the winners' names are on TV monitors and the big screen in the infield. Head to the first level information booth if you see your name: Douglas Starbeck, Independence; Dustin Ballantyne, Edina; Ramesh Gajawada, Eden Prairie; Mukhtar Maleen, Minneapolis; and Sophia Goodwin of Maplewood. Great work this evening by our host and analyst, Angela Herman. Likewise for our analyst and interviewer, Brian Aragoni, in the winner's circle now.
We were joking before the race. The pressure was on. You get 3 awards presented to you right before the race. Your friends come out for the race. I read the Star Tribune article earlier today. Heard the horse talked about on K-Fan. The pressure sure was on. How much of a relief do you feel today?
A lot. Really, usually when you have everybody here like that and all that goes on, that's the night you're going to lose. So it was a relief.
Well, it certainly wasn't a losing night tonight. That was another dominating performance. That article talked about Dickie Bob, PYC, Just Bite My Dust. Now this one has really turned into his own. Where does he rank amongst the others that you guys have had at this stage of his career?
Well, it's hard to say. Give him another year and we'll find out. It's hard to place him right now because Dickie Bob is good, Bite My Dust was good, and it's just, you got to thank the trainer and the jockeys and the whole establishment because it wouldn't have worked out if it wouldn't have been for the trainer and the jockeys and everybody that does a good job.
Now we've seen
the track.
That is true. We've seen the classic rivalry between PYC, Just Bite My Dust, and Dickie Bob plenty of times. What about Dickie Bob and Just Rocket Man?
It's going to be interesting. We'll see next year.
You heard it here. We'll see. The rivalry will continue between the Lunderborgs. Another excellent night of racing here for Minnesota Festival of Champions as Just Rocket Man brings home the Minnesota Quarter Horse Derby.
And they're racing. The favored Jess Rocket Man came off okay, but then collided with Cowboy Alex. Shrimpy trying to come up big, but here comes Jess Rocket Man rocketing to the lead. Outside of that is Furiosity, and between them is Living in the Past, left in the wake of a keen turn of speed by Jess Rocket Man, the Derby